Okay. And if anyone has an objection to my sharing your emails, we had a couple of requests to send everybody's contact info. If you don't, just send me a private email. And somebody said in the last one that they needed the Race Walk Revolution videos, and I apologize, I can't remember who it was. So if you need the Race Walking Revolution emails, send me an email as well, and I'll do it this afternoon. Or hang at the end of the clinic, and I'll send you the codes while we're still on the Zoom to make sure you have it. But everybody, if you don't have it, it's going to be a much clearer visual of race walking, and mimicry is so important in this. You'll want a copy of it. I'm happy to give you a copy. All right, so we're going to get started. Anyone who is late will just chime in. A few people said they couldn't make it and they're going to watch the recording. So this is what we give you. We're going to give you a few documents. One is this, and another is just a completion certificate, which is nice and shiny. I can show you a picture of that. Right, so you have something like that you can print out. And this is the technical evaluation. So a little introduction from me, and then depending on the resolution of your video, this will either look a little grainy or clearer. But green is typically you're doing something correct. Red is you're doing something wrong. And I wrote very brief comments like open the arm angle to 90 degrees. These were not meant to be inclusive recommendations, just to clue you in when Tim wrote more paragraph and bullet style evaluations, what it is that you're looking for. So the 4 people who send videos, you should, if you check your email, have gotten it either before today or literally 20 minutes ago. We sent the last couple. So what we're looking at is usually where you are on contact, right? So right now we're looking at heel strike, toe off. Then we look at mid stance. We look at your posture. We look at where your head is pointing. Okay. We look at heel strike on both sides, and you can see here her knee is just a little bit bent. You know, 99% means anyone would look at you and think you were race walking. But to the refined eye of a judge, they might give you either a yellow card or a red card, a yellow paddle or a red card in a race. We also look at your hand position. So it depends a little bit. You'll see a lot of you will have something that says excessive double support phase, because you're not right on the edge of your heel and up on your toe, but you have time where both feet are on the ground for an extensive period of time. And that does affect your arm position a little bit, but your hand should generally be over your ankle, and this hand should be back behind your hip. So these are all kind of the key things we're looking at from the side.
I think I have it.
What's that? I think it's just background noise. Okay. Then we look at from the front, and this is the hardest thing for people to follow the instruction, it seems. But Margaret did it perfect. She walked on a line, and she had the camera in the middle of the line. For all of you who haven't videoed yet, you know, look at how these are done, because she did her photos right. And that enables me to look to see if one foot's directly in front of the other, to see if there's anything weird going on with too much hip drop at the wrong part of the stride, to look at the shoulders, see if they're balanced, to see if the hand is coming to basically the sternum. And Margaret, I'm sure
I saw that too.
Right, you don't mind Adobe.
Good job, Margaret.
Or somebody generated a Word did it, generated an automatic caption that you're a child running on a track. So we'll take it. All right, and depending on what was going on, there may be one or more of those photos as well. All right, Then Tim will go and discuss what you did well and what you need improvement upon. And then after kind of a summary of all these issues are the exercises, which we'll go over now, right? And if you don't do these, you're not going to become a better race walker. You don't become a better race walker by attending a clinic, listening, and imagining I'm going to be a better walker. You have to change your body composition. You have to make yourself stronger. You have to do all of these different things that you weren't doing before. So each of you will have a different list. We have a kind of a master list of what we go over. And then Tim might make, some additional comment at the end. So everybody can get one whenever they're ready is the bottom line. We're not going anywhere, even if we're not doing clinics or whatever, we're happy to do it. And with that said, then, Angie, you got yours, right? Okay. I'm going to go into how we correct the major problems of race walking and what these exercises are. And probably the biggest thing that you don't get out of a virtual clinic is it's very easy to do these exercises wrong. And when Tim and I are doing a clinic, and if we had, the biggest clinics we've had have been 40 people, we usually have 3 instructors. So you got an instructor for every 13 people. And so we start doing these exercises, and I literally will take my arm and, put it under somebody to see if they're circling the right way, and then they hit my head or something like that, if they don't do it right. So it takes focus to work the right muscles. But if you do these things daily, every other day, depending what the problem is, you will increase your range of motion, you'll increase your strength, and it will be easier to race walk. All right. Let's see if this works. Perfect. All right. Shut off my sound. All right. So this is what horrific backward leaning walking looks like. Tim is a professional. Don't try this at home.
This will hurt yes, this will hurt.
I remember the day I did this for one of my books and had someone photograph me, and I was in a lot of pain. But if you have really tight lower back muscles and an underdeveloped front kind of core and things like that.
Did you optimize, Jeff?
What's that?
Did you optimize?
I didn't, because most of what we're doing isn't going to be video.
Okay, because this one is very choppy.
Hang on.
Sorry, but
yeah, it's all right. I can optimize for a sec just to show you. But most of what we're doing is not. In theory, I can optimize. Where are my controls? There we go. There we are. All right. Stop share. Share. All right. Is that better?
oh yeah.
Okay.
It's grainy, but it's moving.
Yeah. I'll go back to the other one when it's done. Tim just likes to show off his great technique.
The backwards lean, yeah, for sure.
All right. So the idea is, if you want to take yourself from a backward leaning position into a frontward leaning position, you want to do 2 different things. You want to strengthen the front or your core. So all the muscles on your torso down to your waist, right into your core, should pull you forward by getting stronger. And then any of the muscle groups on your back, upper or lower, should be stretched. And so we want to do both of those activities to pull you forward. Now, if you don't have a backward or forward leaning problem, you can do any of these exercises, but don't pick all the back or all the front, right? Mix it up. So you do some work on your back, some work on your front, so you maintain that kind of balance. And I think, you know, one of the things on myself is I am fairly balanced. And so my posture is really good when I race walk. And I've always tried to work both sides of any issue. So simple, traditional stomach crunches. We have all done them at some point. Oh, we got our little youngest race walker here again. How you doing, buddy?
Hi.
Hi. Glad to see you again. You missed BB-8. BB-8 was here just a couple of minutes ago.
Oh, man. Darn it.
Do you know who BB-8 is?
What?
Do you know who BB-8 is?
Yes.
You want to see him? He's learning to race walk.
No. There he is.
If he can learn to race walk, so can you.
That's right.
He said he wants to go to a race with you one day. But now we're gonna watch Uncle Tim do sit-ups. All right. So when I was in high school, we had the cruddiest old weight room, and a guy came in, and as earnestly as he could say, he said, so if I do like 10 of these a day, meaning sit-ups, I can eat anything I want. That doesn't work that way, right? This is not your secret to burning calories or a thin waist. It's your secret to being stronger and being able to stand up with correct posture. All right. So, oh, you know what? I forgot we put all these videos in. Hang on. I'm going to go back to our grainy video share. All right. So we can see Alex, former race walker, now champion permits extraordinaire worker, employer of the month, doing stomach crunches. It's not a rush. You hold for a few seconds when you come up. Make sure you're breathing. Notice that his feet are flat on the ground. Okay. And if you guys have any questions, you can stop us at any time. All right. I really like doing these. It adds a level of dimensionality to it. And if you're thinking about a core program of any kind, hang on, I'm trying to find my Zoom controls disappeared on me. Nope. All right, well, I can't see you guys, but if anybody needs to interrupt, just speak up. If you're going to develop a core program and you're not looking at it from just correcting either backward lean or forward lean, variability matters. If you do the same thing every day, you're basically just training your body to do stomach crunches. So another way to look at this is take all these exercises and just do a few of each category every day. And that way you continually strengthen different parts of your core. The nice part of this is you're kind of simulating a little bit of the torso rotation and hip rotation of race walking, but it definitely takes a stronger core to start with. So if you've never done a sit-up, this is not the one you want to do on day one. But as you develop some core strength, you can build up to it. So we can see Alex demonstrating here and going from one leg to the other leg. Right, so the feet and the legs are never going to come down and hit the ground. And all of these exercises are also in the Race Walk Revolution stuff. That's where we pulled the videos from. Okay, then we have some stretches. We said you want to stretch the upper back. So if you can find a pole and grab onto the pole and then just like gravity pull you back, you'll stretch your upper back.
The upper back stretch allows you to get a more comfortable posture. And
Didn't
remove
mean
your
to put the
back
volume on.
by stretching.
Okay. This is a nice stretch, especially after a workout when you're tired. Just lie down on the ground, pull your legs up and pull them in towards your chest.
The knees to
Notice his back is nice and flat on the ground. His head is flat against the ground, right? So your body position matters. Okay, a prayer stretch. And the other thing is, these are not unique to race walking. A lot of these are yoga style stretches. Notice the position of his feet, right? So you're also going to get a shin stretch in here as you do that. Tim, if you got any comments, feel free to interrupt me.
No, I'm good. The only comment is you could see the difference between 21-year-old Alex and 36, 37-year-old Tim on the flexibility scale, but that's okay.
We definitely lose flexibility.
Yep.
All right. Now I will do forward leaning. And what I would also say is about the two of these, it takes a very long time to correct posture. This is not something that you're just going to do and do 2 or 3 of these exercises and all of a sudden everything looks good, right? So if I should have started with this one. Correct posture, body is straight up and down, right? Not like Tim where he's leaning forward. We can see all 3 styles of posture side by side. And the problem with bad posture is it limits your hip rotation. Good posture gives you less in front, more behind. But bad posture tends to skew. And that little still right there, hang on, really illustrates a lot, right? So here we have everything right. But if you're leaning way back, you in essence stretch out that foot to hit the ground and you skew that triangle or trapezoid, depending how you look at it, into an undesirable position. This one is, you have a question? Okay.
No, he just unmuted us. That's all.
No worries.
Accidentally.
Sorry.
Maybe he wants a date with Miranda. All right. So, we can see this one's almost 50-50. This one's like 70-30 and this one's 30-70. So it really changes the stride quite a lot.
I do lean forward when I walk. When I watched the video I tried to make, I was really leaning forward. So when you're trying to walk though, what's the best way of trying to correct it yourself? Like just as well as doing the exercise, but when you're walking, is it just like rolling your shoulders back or something
So I think if you just roll your shoulders back, you might pull your body a little bit, but I would go either on a treadmill with a mirror, or I would walk in front of a store, far enough back that you could see a reflection, and put yourself into the proper position. I don't remember if I have it in here, but I think it's in the Race Walking Revolution. What I do with an athlete is I put them on a treadmill, and then I put one hand on the upper back, one hand like on the abdomen, and I pull the body into vertical. And I'm like, all right, that's what you're supposed to feel.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. And if you can feel it, then yes, you can start to, okay, this is where I should be.
Yeah.
Right. When I'm racing. The other thing I do is, and these are all analogies that may work or may not work, is I think of, I can do this, Tim. I don't know if you still can, but I can take my hair and pull it up. Right. And if I imagine somebody pulling me up from my hair, what's going to happen to my posture? I'm going to straighten. Right. So the first step is getting the feel for what it's like. And when I do a clinic and I put my hands on somebody, I think in 2021, I have to ask permission first, but if I go and I move their body into the right position, I say, what does that feel like? And they're like, oh my God, I feel like I'm going to fall over. Right. Because they used to be leaning back. Or if you were previously leaning forward, you feel like you're going to fall over on your back because your muscles are being stretched in a way that you're not used to. So the first step is awareness. And then the second step is getting, all of your kind of muscle balances right. And I had a conversation with someone who was going to attend but couldn't. And she had said that it's, the way she learns is very hands-on, and that is the limit of kind of the virtual clinic is I can't put you into that right position from here, right? You need to go home, try it. And it's very easy to ask somebody if they're in your COVID bubble to, run alongside of you and put you into that right position so you can feel it.
Yeah, because I could have sworn I was walking straight, standing up straight with straight leg, and then I watched the video and I was like, oh gosh. Punched forward. And
I always think that my hands are in the proper range of motion. And, when you look at pictures, I had a very forceful stride and my hands are usually a little higher than I ever expected them to be.
Yeah, it's funny when you watch it back, you're like, oh.
Yeah, and
Shauna, don't forget, so a couple things that send us your video when you can so we can look at it and analyze it and give you some specific exercises. And then the other thing is what could be happening is that your hip flexors are really tight, right? Like if you see this position here, like Miranda, she has very little, she's not really moving her hips so much, right? So it's tough to, if you're straight up and down, you'll get more hip rotation, as opposed to when you're leaning forward, your hip flexors become shorter, they become tighter, so you can't really sort of straighten up, if you will. So practice doing some things in the mirror, just in your bathroom or bedroom or wherever your mirror is, where you can just stand straight up and then just see how it is to be in that neutral position and then move your hips.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just ask a quick question, because you brought up the treadmill for some of these things?
Sure.
For someone like me, I mean, I can run on a treadmill and walk on a treadmill without, killing myself. But as a newbie race walker, is there a trick to doing it without getting hurt? Because I'm focusing on what I'm doing, and it's a set speed, even if it's a very slow speed. Is there?
Well, so the first thing I would start with is the treadmill matters, right? If the treadmill is too short, right, we take a longer kind of stride than a runner often, right? So you might be chopping your stride. You're not 6'2" like I am, so you might not have the same issue, right? But,
I have a pretty long bed.
Okay, so that's the first thing, is to make sure that the treadmill fits well for you. I would also say that if you haven't been on a treadmill and there's a lot of ice outside, right? So you're not going to go race walk outside. But Coach Tim said, I need to race walk for 3 hours today. Well, I wouldn't race walk 3 hours on a treadmill, right? When I haven't been on a treadmill, all summer, fall, whatever, right? So all of the common sense precautions are important for you to take anytime you switch anything else. We didn't I'm not like Tim, I'm not rich, so we didn't have treadmills in my college when
We don't need a treadmill in San Diego. I'll tell you that right now.
Right.
No.
So I never did treadmill walking, right? I know people, it's better than nothing, but I also do an elliptical. And so the main thing is if it's for a short period of time and you can do lots of things to keep your cardiovascular, then don't overdo the treadmill. Do different cardiovascular exercises, do your strength training, shift your schedule around. But okay, now it's like you're up in Maine, right, Margaret? And there's no place to walk, and I've got to use a treadmill. So I'm going to ease into using the treadmill. I'm going to, like you said, use one that's got a nice long bay. And, you know, I probably would try not to do the hardest workouts on the treadmill or the longest workouts, but enough to keep my technique and everything flowing. Tim, I'm sure you've got more advice.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is like it's all going to be individual. Like I could stay on the treadmill for like 40 minutes, and then I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm tired of this. Like mentally, I just couldn't do it. My wife Rachel, coming from Canada, it was either train on the treadmill or don't train, right, during the winter. So she was very good at it. Conversely, Maria Michta, American record holder from New York City, Long Island, during the winter, she could not get on the treadmill at all. I said, can you just go on the treadmill for like, you know, so it's safer because it's not so slippery? Zero. She could not do one step, not one step. She's like, I will not go on it. I will not go on it. Like, and this is the greatest, fastest woman in American history, would not go on the treadmill, right? So just, and it's not like she's how do I say this? Like a mental weak athlete. Like she's very strong mentally, right? But the treadmill was just like zero, no, right? I mean, she's a PhD. She has a PhD and she's working on her PA degree now because the PhD wasn't good enough in microbiology. So, I mean, she's very strong, brilliant, smart, valedictorian woman. And she's like, no treadmill. That's it, no treadmill. So it just depends on the person. But, you know, for some of you, even if you just get 20 minutes, right? Just get something when it's real cold out so that you're in shorts, you're in a t-shirt, you get some fluidity, that will be okay.
And it's also a great time to work on some technique problems, right? Because you don't have to go fast. If you can, you know, if you live in a house built in the 80s where there are too many mirrors, right? You can have mirrors. I'm saying this as Angie's got a big mirror right behind her. Sorry. But I bought my house was at least decorated and built in the 70s. So I had orange shag rugs and I had a Brady Bunch orange kitchen when I moved in my house. You know, you can use it as a feedback mechanism. And Tim, remind me at break, I was going to put on our old clinic shirt so I can show, you know, the thing with the arms.
Yeah.
You can put tape on your chest and
like a cross, sternum.
Like cross. Tell you what, Tim, why don't you talk for a minute and I'll go do. We spare no expense here at Seaman and Salvage clinics. I'm going to go do a quick close.
Yes, good. Yeah, yes. Just show them the shirt. No one wants to see you. Walk back to your room and get changed. But anyway, we have a shirt, and it wound up so that there's a vertical line and a horizontal line, and it's just like, wow, we didn't plan it. To be honest, we didn't plan it like that. I was like, that's perfect. If people just wear this shirt when they race walk, we're gonna get the perfect picture because with the line is already there, where the sternum is, where the center point is, and so it's just a good tool. But like, you don't need the shirt. You know, from our first clinics 10 years ago, you just need to put some tape on that's gonna sort of stick to your fabric, right? Horizontal line, a vertical line, and then you can watch and get some idea on some feedback from your arm movement.
That's a good idea. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
I find that when I walk on the treadmill, though, I walk much slower than I do outside. I think maybe it's fear of flying off the back of it or something. Is that still okay for like training? Are you still getting the benefit? I guess if you're focusing on technique, then it's a good time to do it.
Right. The big thing is that, you know, if you can wear a heart rate monitor, right, you're going to be able to tell. Now, let me just say, so if you can wear a heart rate monitor, you're going to be able to tell outside, inside, right? Okay, let's let Jeff talk real quick.
So
His shirt.
here's our shirt, and my sternum is literally like right here. So here's one vertical line that the hand should be coming up and up. And then the idea would be not to come much over this half horizontal line, right, going across. Yeah. So you can literally just take a piece of duct tape and go whoop, whoop. Or if it's an old shirt, take a black marker and go across. And you have an instant guide for your hands. That's it.
So, but yeah, I mean, back to the treadmill, you can, I definitely felt like, man, I think I'm moving faster, right, on the treadmill. And then I was actually going. So I think you feel like that too. And, but the biggest thing is you can move faster on the treadmill because it's just, there's no push off. So the feet are just moving, just a movement. Yeah. You're not pushing off. So you just have to be careful that you don't do too much treadmill work, right? Because then you're going to come out to the outside. You're not going to have the pushed off strength that you'd like. But
the ground doesn't move under you.
Ground outside is going to be different. But the alternative is during wintertime, if you're trying to race walk and it's slippery and you try and push off on your toe and it's slippery, you can hurt your hamstring. So it's much better to be on the treadmill when it's slippery like that.
Yeah, falling on your face never helps. All right, we're gonna continue. All right, so if you are leaning forward, one thing to think about is where your head is, because if your head drops, which is very common for race walkers, the body often follows. And then we already discussed this about feeling what vertical is. If you know where you are when you're straight, it's going to be easier. And if you know that when you're straight, it's going to feel like you're falling back or falling forward or whatever because of how your body musculature is, then that's an important feeling to develop for yourself. So right now we've got Miranda's head looking down.
Jeff, we can't see your screen.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, I forgot to reshare. Sorry. All right, hang on. I'm going to restart it. So we want to focus on keeping her head up. So Miranda might think she's looking up, or oh, I got to look at the road so I don't fall. But there's a big difference when your head is straight up. And notice if you watch her, how little bounce there is in her head, right? Now we're looking at it from a front view, but there's much more kind of wiggle from the hips than there is really the head. So you want to think of where your back is and make sure that your back is not leaning forward, but actually in the straightened position. Yeah, so this is literally what I was describing earlier where, right, I take two parts of the body and pull it into straight. And that's a perfect, my friends, this was my friend's house, they just sold it. It was a dream house. They had a whole workout room set up. That was perfect. So now she's looking and going, yes, I got to focus on keeping my body straight. And she had mirrors to the side, mirrors to the front. And take a look, let's go back for a second. Take a look at the treadmill and look at where her feet are on the treadmill, right? She's not even coming close to the back end of that treadmill. So she can feel like she can walk with a real stride on it. She's also a little less vertical in height than, say, someone like myself.
5'3" is not less vertical in height. Come on.
Than 6'2"?
Yeah.
All right. So anything that will strengthen your back will help. First of all, and we said this on the last clinic, talk to a doctor before you start something. Make sure that if you're going to start on a training program, especially strength training, that you get some advice, that you make sure you're not, overdoing it, or, oh, I saw Tim do this, so I got to do it, and then you blow your back out. On the Race Walking Revolution DVD or streaming, there's a series of exercises that are much more complicated than these, that are for just overall strength training related to race walking. And you really want to go to a personal trainer if you're going to do kind of those full body exercises, to make sure you're doing them properly. But every place you go will have some kind of different back strengthening machine. So I don't really have anything at home that I can do this with easily, but when I've been to gyms, I've seen it. Here's a different one. And I've seen more of this than the first one. And this one's probably a bit safer than the other one. And you can start these with just your body weight. There's no reason to lift heavy.
And with any exercise, you want to really focus on the technique of it, right? Don't worry about the weight. Don't worry about, focus on good technique, just like you would race walking. Focus on good technique of the exercise. That's much, much more important than focusing on, oh, I want to lift 50 pounds. That's important. It's not important. What's more important is if you do 40 pounds and you do it with proper technique, then you do 50 pounds with bad technique. Okay.
So a lot of these exercises are just body weight. And this is an alternative hand, alternative leg raise. And you're kind of arching your back up. And, again, if you start these, don't do too many the first day, kind of ease into them. And we can watch, I think that's Molly. Some of these guys, Tim, their video career is exceeding the length of their race walking career.
Yeah, marriage and graduating from college will do that to you.
Yeah.
And here's Molly, who has her undergrad degree, has her master's degree, and then decided she wants to be a elementary school teacher. So she's going back to school, because with a master's degree, you cannot teach elementary school kids.
With just a master's degree.
Exactly.
Okay, this is an alternative, the Superman, where you lift both arms and both legs at the same time. And again, you can do one day, another one the other day. And you see her go up, take a short flight, and then come down. So she's holding in that upward position. Okay, a lat pull down. And, I don't know about you guys, but I was taught a long time ago. And when I was first taught to do the lat pull down, we did it behind our neck, but that apparently leads to a lot of stress and injuries. So when you do the lat pull down, you're going and just pulling in front of your body. And you want to keep your back straight. And you always want to keep, when you're doing weights like this, you want to keep the weights in complete control. They shouldn't be bouncing up and down or clanking when they get back to the other plates.
Yeah, and this is the school I work at, my college, and it's been a year since I've been on campus. So it's like, oh my gosh, look at that. We've remodeled it since the video, but yeah, almost a year.
I'm crossing the state line on Tuesday for the first time in a year because I'm going to get my first COVID shot in PA. Okay, any kind of rowing machine will help pull and get you stronger. So you're strengthening a lot of the muscles in the back. And notice he's in complete control, right? His body's not shaking forward and back, right? You want to do the exercises the right way. It doesn't have to be the most weight. Okay, a bridge with a ball. I love this exercise, but it hurts, right? So if you have a big ball, you can tell how Miranda looks thrilled there. Okay, this would not be the one you start on day one, right? You'd want to be doing some of the other ab works and things like that first. Because this requires strength and a degree of balance, right? You can see that she's working with a ball to keep it stabilized. And you can even see her body trying to stabilize. But all those little kind of micro muscle movements lead to a much more complete strengthening. Then we get to the stretches, a pec stretch, which basically you just lean into. Here it's kind of an edge, but you could also use a doorway or a storage unit. Not an exciting video to watch, but you get the idea. All right, a cobra stretch. So we start in a lying down position. And then bring our body up. Okay, standing back stretch, right? Especially if you're tight right before a race or after, you can just stand in place. And so you start in a relaxed position and then lean back. And when you lean back, you hold for a few seconds. Okay. All right. Let's move on to bent knee. All right, this is the one that most of us as beginners would struggle with. Right, so things that you can focus on are keeping your toe up when you strike the ground and shortening the stride in front of your body. So here is this young guy over here demonstrating horrifically bent knee race walking.
That just looks like it hurts.
It did. All right, and if you look at the correct foot plant, you see it rolling through. And if you look at the incorrect foot plant, you see it flattening because it slaps the ground, right? So if you hear your foot slapping, that's a problem. Did those shoes fall apart on us when we were filming?
Yours might have.
Yeah. They were dry rotted.
Yeah, exactly, because those are 20 years old.
So if we look at her, you can see that she lands almost straight. As soon as her weight comes on, she goes into a bent position.
And that happens a lot with beginner walkers, for sure.
Yeah. So focus on that toe up at heel contact. See how my toe is not up? It's just kind of slapping the ground. All right. So the first exercise you can do is the easiest. Anything that's isometric is really good at a beginner level. So you just put a towel under your knees and press down. Dude, you definitely have one of the most scenic track backdrops.
Oh, it's a beautiful track. I mean, with the mountain, you have hills, let's not say mountain, but mountains right there along the track. And then it's set up and you overlook the valley behind school. It's like, man, what a beautiful place to train every day. So, but we haven't been there.
What school is it?
It's Cuyamata. It's a community college here in San Diego. So community colleges, I'm not sure where you're from, but community colleges are very big in California. 2-year schools, they are very cheap. Right now, they're 2 years free. The first 2 years, a student goes to school. And, you know, let's say they go to Drexel after that at $60,000 a year.
We
right?
wish it was only 60.
But, you know, when you transfer from a community college to Drexel, there's no asterisk on that degree, on that diploma. It still says Drexel. So we just try and convince kids to come to community college for 2 years. You know, we have sports, but there are probably 150,000 students in San Diego County, at least, maybe 175 that go to community college. And my school is the smallest of the 5 community colleges at 8,000, and that is tiny. The largest community college in America is actually Mount San Antonio College up in, let's just say Riverside area. And that has 55,000 students. So it's a whole different world, that type of school compared to mine.
Right. Cool.
The Seaman and Salvage College counseling service will be available at 5 o'clock today. And
I love saving, you know, explaining to athletes the benefit of not having a student loan for 20 years, right? And they're like,
Drexel used to have a program with Burlington Community College, and for a while they had us actually going and teaching at Burlington Community College. So these students were getting a Drexel education for a third of the price and having class sizes that were like 25% the size of a class at Drexel.
right.
And I loved it.
The thing with UCSD and San Diego State, some of our professors, they're full-time professors at those schools, but they adjunct at our school. So it's the same thing. So, yep.
But this was actually Drexel curriculum. It was a neat program.
Yeah.
And I loved it because it was 20 minutes from my house. I didn't have to drive in the city. All right. So this exercise was one that I started doing when I was in high school because I had what was called chronic chondromalacia patella. Took me a while to be able to say that. And which is basically runner's knee, which meant my quads weren't strong enough to track the knee properly. And I did these things religiously every day throughout my career. And it really helped first strengthen my knee. It helped me have the muscle memory of what a straightened or fully extended leg should look like and feel like. And the idea was you would start with no leg weights whatsoever, and you would build to 10% of your body weight. So I was 160 pounds when I raced. So in theory, 16 pounds, but I was OCD. So I rounded up to 20. So I used to do it with 20 pounds. You do not need to go that high in weight. And Tim's going to 45 degrees. You can do it at 45 degrees. You can do it at 30 degrees. The lower it is, the harder it will hurt when you're holding it there. But either way is fine. And obviously, if you do one leg, you do both legs. And with any of these exercises, if you're doing an arm at a time or a leg at a time, always start with your weaker leg, because it's just human nature to only or to focus more or maybe do more reps with the first leg than the second leg, or first arm than the second arm. Tim, you wanna discuss your
Slow walking.
exercises here instead of my blabber the whole time?
Yeah, so basically, it says heel plant drill, but it should be the slow walking heel plant drill. So basically, you are really, really short steps. The goal is to have every muscle sort of in the foot work. So the whole focus on this is rolling from the heel to the midfoot to the toe, and just rolling and rolling and rolling on the feet. Yes, I'm looking down because I'm focusing on it, but you see here, I'm landing right where I'm supposed to. It's just a very short step, but I'm really focusing on rolling. And you can see little bit like right there, like my shin muscles really, really activated. And, you know, the whole focus on this is just to get the movement so that your feet get a feel for how they're supposed to work, if you will, once you start race walking. So I'm not telling you to race walk like this. This is just a drill to get you to utilize every muscle in the feet, and it'll be pretty tiring. So don't do it too many, you know, too far, too long.
Also notice the muscle memory you're developing, right? So you're training yourself to have a straightened leg when you strike the ground.
Yeah.
Right. You don't want to land bent when you're doing this and then develop bad habits.
No, I think almost every drill we do, we're doing it with straight knees.
Yeah.
So this one of the athletes, I forget who right now, sent me a picture of them doing the foot plant drill. And I appreciate that because I was able to see some things in it. So your goal, foot plant drill, straight, bent, straight, bent, straight, bent. Why do you bend it? You bend it because it's muscle memory, and it's very easy to say, I straighten the leg once and you just keep it straight. That's not the point, because in race walking, we have thousands and thousands of steps where you have to straighten the knee and then bend it. So you see how the heel plants right there, the knee is straight, right? The knee is straight. And then you're getting ready with the other foot to be in the attack position, right? So you're going there and then it's lifting up. So you're loading all of your weight on this one. It's my left leg. You're loading all of your weight onto that left knee as you go, and the right leg is lifting off the ground. Boom, right there. You're getting ready. Boom. That's a real perfect. That drill right there has to be the number one thing that beginners practice. And I don't like to say this, but how I looked right there, like you have to look just like that. That's the goal.
Hey, Tim.
Yeah.
It's Corinna.
Hey, yes.
I have to tell you, I can't tell you how many attempts at videoing that drill. That was surprisingly challenging. I mean, like embarrassingly, surprisingly challenging.
It's not an easy drill, and it's easier if I'm there. So I apologize. If I'm there, like, okay, push this muscle a little bit more, push that. You did pretty good, right? It was just a little bit, like there's a difference, like I've said, between a 99% knee and 100% knee, right? And you were at 99%. So I look at it and go, you're close. It's close, but it's not like perfect, right? And I just like to, you know, it's very important because there would be a difference between like what you showed me, your knee, and my knee from a judging perspective on what if a judge looks at yours, they might, especially if you're walking next to me, they're going to go, it's going to be comparison judging, and they're going to give you a call. So I'm just trying to help you with that. You know,
no, I appreciate it. It was just surprisingly hard.
Yeah. And because you're like,
race walking is not easy, right? You know.
No, I'm not saying.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
drill
it was close.
hard.
I mean, basically you had the leg and you just a little bent, but I'd like it to be a little bit straighter. And then you see how my right, like you were seeing my left leg, you see my left leg was nice and straight, but the right hip was moving forward. It was moving forward. It was moving just a couple inches, right? But it gets you into that, okay, you know, the heel plants, you load all of your weight onto that leg, right? So you're single, you're not doing double support. You're just loading all of it onto the front leg. Okay. And so that's going to be important to get a feel for race walking.
Yeah. I have to build the shins strength. Like I could tell just planting, you know, that plant.
And we're going to get
I have a lot of work to do, but that drill is really great. I appreciate it.
Wait till you see the heel walking drill. Here we go. So the heel walking drill is going to be very important, right? And basically what you want to do is your toes do not touch the ground, right? So you don't go too far, but you just walk and you try and straighten your knee. But you see both girls are looking down because you have to really focus on the fact that you're not rolling on your feet. Your toes are just staying up in the air, and and there's a good view. See, your toes don't touch the ground. So if you put a piece of paper, I'm not telling you to tape it on the toes, you would never wrinkle that piece of paper during this drill. Okay. And there's an image from the front. Even, I mean, these were pretty experienced athletes here, and Catherine on the right, you could tell she's like really focused. She's like, oh my gosh,
she's getting tired.
Yep.
She's absolutely. So I had an opportunity. Well, first Tim, I and Rachel had an opportunity, and then I went back just because it's much harder for to come from the West Coast. But we were working with the Bermuda Track and Field Association to teach them race walking. So I brought a bunch of athletes down. I said, you're getting a free trip to Bermuda, so I'm going to put you to work, and you gotta.
Yeah, these pictures are in Bermuda.
Yeah, hang on. Munson's decided she wants to come in. I'm going to let this next one run, and you talk.
Okay.
I'm coming, Muncie.
So this is the toe raise exercise. Okay, so she's on a heel. The person next to her is Alex. I can tell from his shoes. She's holding on to him, so you can hold on to a pole. And this might be a little bit extreme, right? Molly's very experienced with this one. So you come up and then go down and then come up again. It's a good stretch and strengthening exercise, but it's not easy. Don't do it too many intervals. Don't think you have to get 30 or 60 of these things. Just try it a little bit, and then a day or two later, try it again, but nothing crazy. It's a good stretch right there, and then strengthening when you bring it up. Okay, so that's good. That's good there. Anybody have any questions on this while Jeff is bringing the dog inside?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Yep, no problem.
I gave her a banana Kong. She's all happy right now. Problem is, this is about the time I take her for a WALK, and my wife is running errands, so she's not going to be happy.
Yeah. So here's another one, walking on your toes. I love these pictures that we took. Jeff and I went down to Sedona. I was in Flagstaff training, and we went down to Sedona to take the pictures because we were the race walk clinic in a book, our first book. It was very important for Jeff, and I appreciate his insistence on this. We wanted an aesthetic, beautiful background. So we had to have the red rock from Sedona in the background for these pictures. So it turned out really nice. And Bermuda isn't so bad either. So here's walking on your toes, and you can see now, their heels never touch the ground. Seems easy until you have to do it time and time again. And Molly's definitely better than Catherine. So that looks, it seems easy until you try it and you're like, oh my God.
And you don't want to do these too long the first day. Any of these exercises, they will creep up on you and it will hurt.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want you to be too sore. Like I said last week, when we do these at a clinic, an in-person clinic, it is very, very scary for me when a person doesn't show up the second day because they're so tired from all the different muscles that we've used on the first day. So just keep that in mind. So it's all about consistency of training. That's the big key. So
ease into everything.
Yep.
So I have a question with these drills. How often should they be done daily, or like how frequently should they be done so that the muscles have time to?
So you can't possibly do every one of these drills every day, right? So if your number one problem is bent knee and you're race walking 6 days a week, right? Divide up, do, a third of them every day. And so you're always doing something, because the other thing like these exercises will do is they'll help you warm up for race walking. So it's not a wasted effort that it's just corrective. It's also getting you ready to walk in a way. You don't want to stretch before you warm up, right? So you do these active exercises before and you do the stretches after, or you do the stretches after you've done the active exercises, and maybe a little light walking, and then you stretch out any sore areas. But I like to see you do some drills every day, but you can't do all of them every day.
Thank you.
All righty.
Oh, I'm going to ask that. Okay.
So this one is brutal. If you do this one leg at a time, it will knock you out. This is just basically a calf raise. You go on the edge of a curb, but notice somebody standing next to, who I assume that's Molly.
Yeah, that's Molly.
For balance, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to take a chance of getting hurt and falling, because an injury is going to derail everything positive that we do in the clinic. And you can do this 2 legs at a time, which is how you would start. And then eventually you go to basically lifting 1 foot and doing it 1 foot at a time. And if you're lifting 100, 150, 200 pounds on 1 leg, that's a lot of weight. So, you know, again, start by just doing a few of them. And I don't think Molly was able to do it 1 leg at a time. So this young man with a rippling calf had to come in and demonstrate. And I say that facetiously because it was me. Right, notice I'm not going quickly, very, very slowly. I'm also not wearing race walking shoes because I was the cameraman that day, right? So don't look at this and go, ooh, that's what I should wear for race walking. And I, you know, Mr. Professional, still use somebody to hold on to. All right, a shin stretch. There's a few ways you can do a shin stretch. One is standing, but if you're doing it standing, you have to be careful to roll up onto the shoe and not right. So I'm rolling up here and I'm paying very close attention to that. I'm not on the bottom of my foot like a calf stretch. Right. And then you feel the stretch here. Okay. You can also achieve this by just basically sitting down and sitting on your toe laces of the shoe. And then and that may be enough. That may be, oh my God, my shin's killing me. But for people who are very flexible and have been doing this for a while, you can lift your knee up. And then you feel it along the shin. Okay, so we can see this in action. And if you watch what she did with her foot, right, you saw her roll up onto the tip, onto the top of that shoe.
And we have to just be careful because the shin muscle is, you know, there's some tendons in the bottom of the shin that can get irritated. So you just want to be careful with this. So please, 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 that's the last thing you want to do is irritate that muscle. Yeah, good.
All right. So now we get to a series of calf exercises. And you kind of have the traditional calf exercise. And the key to the traditional calf exercise is keeping that heel on the ground, right? And you're not going to probably have your foot as far back and get as much of a stretch as Tim is, but you know, he's been doing this a very long time. But after you do that exercise, basically then you take your foot and bring it about a foot forward or a half a foot forward. Keep the heel on the ground and drop your knee. And then that puts a deeper stretch into your calf. And if you stretch your shin, you also want to stretch your calf. If you stretch your hamstring, you also want to stretch your quad. always keep things in balance. So we can see that sort of in action because it's a stretch. Okay, and you can really see how her heel is down on the ground.
And it's flat.
And
Yeah.
it's flat.
Flat, and she's just getting that stretch for that back leg.
So if this is Betty or Elizabeth, if you really want to improve your flexibility, how long should you actually hold the stretches?
No more than 30 seconds. You know, I would start with 10 and work there. Hang on, I'm gonna put my headphones on.
Yeah, the biggest thing is if you want to do it, make sure you're warmed up enough. Okay, make sure your body is warmed up enough. And yeah, I'm getting feedback from somebody.
Hang on.
I think it's plugged.
Okay, you're good now. I was in the middle of
Okay,
switching.
good. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, the biggest thing is the, 15 to 30 seconds. Do it multiple times, but make sure you're warmed up. Don't do it on a cold muscle. That's not gonna.
Okay.
Do it after you're done walking or after you've done a sufficient warm up, please. Okay.
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, so
Thank
this
you.
is the bent knee one. And you can see she moved her foot forward, but she's still keeping the heel on the ground, getting the stretch in there, and the knees drop. And dead flat on the ground.
Yep.
Switch back to red. Now this is an advanced stretch. I would not say the beginner should do it, but if you do those two stretches and you don't feel anything in your calf, then basically you could kind of hang off of a step, drop your heel, and get a stretch through your calf. And you can always do these 2 legs at a time, but I always prefer to do them 1 leg at a time. And again, I would take my tighter leg and stretch that one first.
And you can see she's just, finding something that works. It's not like a special machine or it's just a curb on a light pole.
Oh no, Tim, you're not aware. This is the Medford calf stretch. This was installed with a grant from USA Racewalking Foundation. It's very high tech.
Oh yeah, high tech. Yeah. I'm glad we spend money from USA Racewalk Foundation on a light pole in the middle of a grass field.
It's not a light pole. It's a calf stretch pole.
Oh, calf stretcher. Oh yeah. In California, that would cost like $2,000-3,000 to install.
Yep. All right. So this is a 4th one, and again, only people who are competing at a relatively high level already do the other 3 and are like, wow, I'm just not stretching my calf enough, because now you're putting a stress on your Achilles, and you just have to, you're basically leaning into a wall or a tree with your foot up against it. And it will give you a really intensive calf stretch, but it comes with an added risk. So beginners, I would say, don't do that.
Yep.
Okay. Bend down hamstring stretch. This might be my favorite kind of warm up, just in terms of, a lot of us have tight hamstrings. It gives us muscle memory because we do this with a straightened knee. It's stretching your hamstrings out, which is good for race walking and just regular life. You may or may not be able to reach down to your toes. That's okay. If all you do is come down this far and you're feeling the stretch in the right area, then that's great.
And notice the rear leg is bent, the front leg is straight, the toes are up, and you're just going from the heel to the toe. Nice fluid movement, nice fluid. The knee is straight, and it's just another way to, a functional hamstring stretch. It's just a good movement. You don't have to do too many of these, but you just get a little bit, and you're gonna get a good benefit from this.
Okay, then you have the static stretches, and this is the traditional one. And it, again, you may be able to reach here. We'll show you one in a second what to do if you can't. But it would also be fine if your hands only came out that far, as long as you're feeling it. The key, don't cheat and have your butt come off the ground, right? Keep the leg that you're stretching nice and straight against the ground. Back is relatively straight.
And you're reaching towards your toes. You don't have to touch your toes. Don't think like, oh, I have to touch my toes. It's not like that. You just have to reach towards it. So you see in this instance, her left leg is bent, her right leg is straight, and she's stretching her hamstring.
All right. This takes a bit of coordination to get. But if you do it right, it will help you with bent knees. We'll see this come up. It will help you with using your hips more.
Yeah, especially that.
But you have to kind of build to the coordination of this. So one thing to look at is we start off with, he's race walking, but doing something different with his arms. And when he's going to strike the ground, the leg is fully extended, the knees straightened. Right? I'm toeing off in the back. I'm striking on the heel in the front. And then I'm doing this kind of weird minister of silly walks with my arms. So the front arm comes forward up to about shoulder height, right? And straightens. The back arm, the body just doesn't work this way. The back arm can't come up equally, so it can't get to that height. So you just basically do a natural swing back, but with a straightened arm. Now, if we were doing this clinic live, I would walk alongside somebody and put my arm right here. And some people end up bringing their arm way too high, right? So you don't want to do that. You want to keep your arm no higher than shoulder height. And what you're trying to do is sync the motion of the arms with the rotation of the hips. Because if you get better hip rotation, look at that tushy that I'm seeing over there, right? It's a nice tush, right? And if I'm getting that kind of rotation out of my hips, then it gives the leg time to get straightened as part of the stride. And this angle that the leg is making with the ground isn't too steep, or is steep enough, right? So it's not coming out like that. And it just lets everything go together. So she's race walking from the waist down, and she's doing this modified arm and developing the coordination. And look at her hip rotation, right? Look at the pink in her shorts going forward and back, forward and back.
Yeah, and then what you can tell is when her right hip is fully flexed forward, you can see the left cheek. Jeff's a little bit too much in front in that particular view, but you can see that left cheek when you're walking. That's what, from a coaching perspective, what you're looking for the hip rotation. Okay, and you can see here what it looks like from the front. So this is a really good one.
In this drill, you're trying to do long strides, like you are
100%.
Yes.
Exaggerating your long strides.
100%.
Absolutely.
This is the one I think I told you to do, Angie. So this is going to be important for you to look at and learn. So it's, she has her arms a little bent. I'd like to see them a little straighter, whatever. I don't care really about the arms. It's about what the legs are doing. and what the hips are doing, which is the real key. But I don't want you to just focus on the hips and then the knee comes out, the knee lands bent upon contact. So you have to have a straight knee, your toe has to be up. So think about it. The toe is up, the heel plants, the toe is up, the knee is straight, right? Those are the first three things. And then the hip comes forward, right? Like, you know, from if you're thinking about things from the bottom up, think about it like that. Okay.
Okay, so I'm not on my hip rotation. I am not thinking like if I had a pull going through the straight of her body, I'm not thinking of the hips. Is when you're talking about rotation, you're talking almost like around that pole in a sense, right? It's like coming
exactly. So you see the vertical line that's going through her head, her ear, down her body, straight down her midsection, right? That is, pretend that you have a pole in the middle of your head and go straight down your body, right?
Yeah.
And then are you able to see me at all?
Yeah.
Okay. So then think of it forward, 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 forward around that pole, right?
Okay.
So forward, 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 forward with the hips, as opposed to you were like this, as opposed to this, right? So you were very stiff, and we got to work on that flexibility, especially on the extreme. So I'm not telling you to race walk like Molly's hips when she race walked weren't like this, right? But if she's like you, she'll never get to the point where she gets like, you know, we just want like an inch or so, an inch, maybe 2 inches of movement on the hip. So you get that extra inch or so on the stride. So if you think about it, you become much more fluid. You also gain a little bit on your stride. And then if you get 1 inch on a stride because of your hips, right? You're gaining about 16 meters, I think it is, because 1 inch times 400 inches, right? So 400, let me just see here, 400 divided by 12, right? No, 400 inches, yeah, that's 0.33 feet. So,
so 10 meters.
Feet, you're gaining per lap, that's 10 meters, right? So if you think of 10 meters, just because of your hip rotation, right? 10 meters in a mile is 40 meters. Well, there's 10, 12, 15, 18 seconds, right? And that's just on a mile. I'll give you a quick, easy example, and then you're going to understand a little bit better why hip rotation is important. So myself at 5'9", compared to Jefferson Perez, the Olympic champion, at 5'1", 5'2". Okay, Jefferson's stride, we did it. My stride was 1.11 meters. Jefferson's stride was 1.25 meters. You're like, oh, that was a huge difference. Huge difference because of his amount of flexibility on his hips, right? That's why if you look at anybody, he is the best technician ever in the world. Okay. And when you look at it, when you think about it, in a 20K race, Jefferson only had to take 16,000 steps and I had to take 18,000 steps. So even at the same stride frequency, Tim and Jefferson, 200 steps per minute, Jefferson pulls away from me. And that's the difference. Those 2,000 steps is the difference between the Olympic champion world record holder and the American record holder, right there, in simple numbers. Right now. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's partially to help with keeping the legs straight. We need to, but you're saying you shorten the stride to get your legs straight, but your hip rotation helps naturally increase the stride.
Okay, so when we say, so let me show you one thing before I start drawing on this. And first I want to thank Tim for belittling my camera work, right? You know, Tim has never had a run with a 5-pound, 10-pound camera on the end of his hand with Olympic race walkers the way I have. But if you look at this one, right, you can see how much the hip is rotated. And if we so look at the difference that she got from her hips, right? The previously we were out here and now we're here, right? That's all distance gained by that hip rotation. So if you don't use your hips when you race walk, oops, you tend to look, something like this. And this foot's in contact with the ground, let's say, and this foot's in contact with the ground. And this is basically a triangle, and the triangles are kind of equal weight. When you rotate your hips forward, it becomes more of a trapezoid. These triangles are still the same, but the hip rotation is gain distance. So when we talk about shortening your stride, we're talking about shortening it in front of your center of mass. And so if you're reaching out like here, because you're not using your hips, then when your weight comes down on your leg, at the point of your knee, you start to bend.
It's a lot of stress on the knee then. If you're using just throw your leg out there to increase your stride, as opposed to rotating your hips, it's going to put a lot of stress on that knee.
And you also have a braking action coming up from the ground. So there's all sorts of things that are bad if you reach out in front of your body and take a longer stride in front of your body. The easiest way to correct that is if I start here and this is where my leg is, and then I get this much out of hip rotation, if my foot lands in the same place, that angle has changed, right? And obviously what I drew was a massive exaggeration. But if you take just say a normal person who's striking like that, and then you take that same starting point and that same ending point, and now move the hip forward just a little bit, that angle changes and the triangle becomes smaller. So that's what we're saying. We want to reduce the stride in front of the body, but a drill and a technique are two different things. The drill is to work on improving your hip rotation.
Right,
and again, as
right.
Tim said, we're not going to race walk to this extent. We're just working on that full range of motion. And there was a time, as a 6'2" guy, I somehow have an affinity for very small cars. So I've always had very tiny 2-seater cars. And at one point I had a 2+ car that maybe my dog could fit in the back seat. And I would put stuff in the back seat and I could be like hand on the wheel, rotate around and grab something out of the back of the car without ever taking my eyes off the road, because I had that kind of rotational flexibility from race walking. So this drill, it takes a while to master, but it pays dividends across the board in terms of improving your technique.
Okay.
And Jeff, let's just watch Molly do it one more quick time, like 10,
sure.
10 seconds worth, something.
Yeah, let me just clear the ink.
Yeah, right from there, yeah. You see there, rotation.
Dude, and I see her tush. I'm sorry. You insulted
Right.
my camera work.
No, there you can, but right there you can't.
Correct.
Right.
Molly slowed down.
Poor Molly.
Hey, you see our friends in the background over there?
Yeah, doing good.
All right.
Thanks.
You got it. All right. So that was that. All right. So we did bent knee. All right. The next one that a lot of people struggle with is minimum hip rotation. All right. And whether we say it or not, pretty much every one of you could benefit from increasing hip rotation. Right. It's something you kind of always work on. All right. An unnecessary zoom in of our friend Timmy, but
Yeah,
you can see, yeah, anytime. You can tell Tim and I are like brothers. We fight like brothers.
Yes.
You can tell that he's got really good hip rotation, right? You can see that there's the V forming between his legs.
And also what you can see is, that it's not talked about there, is the arms 2 to 3 inches behind the hips, right? So some of you guys sent me some videos and you couldn't get your arm behind, like right there, that high point, if you will. So keep that in mind also. Yep, good.
Okay, so if we want to improve our hip rotation, the first thing you got to work on is posture, because if your posture is misaligned, it's very hard to get the hips in the proper position. And then you want to focus on driving your hip forward. All right. I'm going to ask a question of the group, and I'm going to kill my share if I can for a second so I can see everybody's face. When I do the optimized sharing, I don't see you guys. So, and I have my pen display down so you could just see my eyes. I'm like Betty Davis eyes. See, in a group of people our age, I can make these references, and everybody but Tim will get it. Tim thinks I'm super old because I'm 2 years older than him. Anyway, how many of you, when you race walk, can feel the hip driving forward? Show of hands or verbal. Okay, only one? All right.
Only one.
Okay, how many of you can feel the hip driving backward? Okay, so a lot of beginner walkers think that the hip goes forward and back, but it really doesn't. It goes forward, and then the other side of the hip comes forward, and then the other side of the hip comes forward, forward, forward. If you're on a treadmill, it goes backward because the treadmill's moving back, but it is a constant rotation forward. And feeling that is often difficult for beginners. So we start our kind of discussion with a bunch of analogies that just help us. Okay, so I call this the vampire in a coffin. So you start, and imagine a Bela Lugosi video where you've got your hands on your shoulders and your elbows are bent, and you're like sleeping in the coffin waiting for Van Helsing to come and drive a stake through you. All right, but you're going to get away with elite race walking technique. All right, now if you can do this on a hill, it works out much better, because if you're walking on a hill, you kind of have to naturally drive your hips to help you get up the hill. So this is Tim demonstrating again. If we look at, below the waist, real race walking technique, and then above the waist, basically we're limiting the use of the arms. And when that happens, you'll kind of get a natural tug forward of the hips. So we have Tim do this for a while, and then basically after, say, 5 or 10 seconds, whatever he's feeling here and here, just exaggerate it. Just go, oh, I feel that drive forward. I'm going to do more of it. I'm going to do more of it, right? And then when you get to the top of this hill and it levels off, then you start using your arms again and you race walk forward. But you keep exaggerating the hip motion going forward. And I would say, I'm going to make up a number and it's completely not accurate. Half the people in the clinic do this and then go, oh my God, that's what it's supposed to feel like. And they never race walk the old way again. I don't actually know the exact number, but it's a pretty significant number of people. So Tim starts out, he tries to race walk as fast as he can. He exaggerates his hip rotation.
And it's tough going uphill without using your arms.
Yeah, it's not easy. Okay, and you can see we found a pretty steep hill to do this on. Right, and then he gets to the top.
Soon, someday.
It's like Groundhog's Day. Here he is. And when he gets to the flat area, he brings his arms down, and now he race walks with really good hip rotation. And it was if the Cuyamaca Hill was designed for this drill.
Exactly.
So it's a little hard to find, the perfect place to do this, but anything that you can do will help. All right. Now, you know, Tim, I didn't think about it to this moment.
Uh-oh.
I am going to render this as an exercise.
Oh, yeah?
In my 3D animation.
Okay.
I can build a Western guy race walking.
Yep.
So the idea is you're a gunslinger in the West. And imagine you've got two guns holstered to your hips. And you're like the super coolest gunslinger ever. And when you want to go into the saloon, yeah, my artwork is fantastic. This is why I use rendering software. The doors are hinged here and here, and there's a little gap in between. And what you want to do is you want to walk in, and super cool gunslinger Tim doesn't want to use his hands to push open the doors. So he's going to hit the door with the gun, like right here, and push that forward. And then he's going to hit that door with the other gun and push that forward. So if everybody could just stand up and imagine themselves standing in front of this doorway, and you got to hit it with your hip forward and hit it with the other hip forward. That is a part of the hip rotation of race walking. I don't think I have an animation on this, so I don't know why I put the video in.
Yeah, you don't.
But now I'm super curious if there was an old Jeb race walker, sorry, not race walker, model. And I think I might have bought it to be a judge, but now I could double it as my Western race walker. There he is. No, I never bought him. Here we go. This is going to be our gunslinger race walker. Hey, and then I can get the coffin and do the vampire and the drill. All right. All right. So other exercises you can do. Hands over the head, right? It gives you a feel of what rotation should look like. I didn't video this one, so I don't have one. But basically, you can clasp your hands, put them over your head, and just race walk. And it will automatically, whenever you stop using your hands, you tend to use your hips more. Tim, you get to do the funky hip drill description. I don't.
Yeah, so
Oh,
basically,
yeah, I do have video.
you know, this is a tough one. And we joke around when we're at clinics, like, if you're over 40, you can't do it. If you're under 40, you can do it. It's like a fun joke we do in person. And basically what you do is, you know, you're race walking with your legs. You're trying to walk on a straight line, which isn't the easiest, but you can see you get that nice curve right there. Like my right leg is planted flat, it's curved, right? And you're getting a very good stretch, a functional stretch on that hip. So it just, you know, it's an exaggeration, but if you exaggerate it, the regular movement becomes easy. So boom, you have a nice stretch right there. That's a good effect. And the leg plants, the toes are straight. The toes are pointed, the heel plants, the toes are pointed, the knee is straight, and that hip comes out. And it's not easy to do. Many people will go, they'll plant the leg like this right here. I'm planting my right leg in front, and then they'll want to go like to the side. And they think it's opposite. So whatever leg is planted, when it gets to the midpoint, that hip goes out. So it's not easy to explain. It's easy to just watch and try in person, but this is a really, really good stretch to do. So, yeah, we can go to the next one, Jeff. Oh, yeah.
So I used to do this very painfully with metal plates, like, you know, weightlifter plates. And if you screw up, you end up hitting your hips and it really hurts. So a much better way to do this is to use some kind of elastic band that you tie onto something and then just basically race walk in place. And if you learn to do this, you'll end up developing, you know, make sure you rotate your hips while you're trying to do this, and you'll develop that muscle memory, because any added resistance to your hands kind of helps with driving your hips forward.
Yeah, that's a good one too. And then here we show it like, you know, in a movement. Just get the elastic bands, race walking. You know, you're not gonna get it to go behind the hip because the band is too, won't be tight enough then. But this is just for the front movement, just for you to get a feel for it, for the rotation.
And if you have, you know, very soft weights that you don't have to worry about hitting yourself with, a very light, soft hand weight, and doing the race walking arm motion with a little bit of hips will help you get a feel for it.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, then we get our stretches. So you've got the side stretch. And again, you know, right now you're getting a stretch here. You might also feel stretches in your upper back if you're super tight. You switch sides. Molly's struggling a little with the switching sides. And if you end up in my videos and then you leave race walking, we make fun of you.
Well, I texted Molly a picture this morning. She's up with her husband in Northern California. And I texted her a picture of her on the video. She's like, oh my gosh. She's like, is Jeff using me as a bad model? Because he always threatened us that if we ever quit race walking, he was gonna show bad videos of us doing things wrong. So that way, you know, it was free and fair game once we retired. And I said, no, don't worry, kid. I won't let him do anything.
How can Molly be married? She's only 12.
She just looks 12. She looks
I know.
She's probably like 28 now or something.
So the difference here is she's crossed her feet, and that adds a little level of complexity and a little extra stretch to the stride.
Yeah, that's a good
Not
one.
the stride, sorry, to the stretch.
Yeah.
And when you do this, you're going to want to do it with your feet crossed and then basically reverse your feet. So and reverse the stretch to the other side. Okay. Timmy doesn't like this version of the IT band stretch. There's a lot of different ways you can do this.
Exactly. In my world, I would have put Miranda from leaning to the right to leaning to the, you know, in our video, leaning instead of to the right, leaning to the left. So that way you have that, like in this position, I think she should be leaning to her left, which is our right, and then you'll get a much better stretch in my world. I wasn't at Medford when they did these, but I would have switched her. So just keep that in mind. Okay, but there are different ways to do it, but I think you'll get a better stretch. And the IT band is a very, very important thing for us to stretch. This is basically the side of the hip down to the knee where it connects. It's going to be really, really key for us to have flexibility in race walking.
Okay, let's see how many others. All right. Another big one for you guys is being overly legal. And that's a polite way of saying having excessive double support contact. Double support phase. All right. I don't remember that this video is here for any other reason than this was one of the coolest videos I shot. If you actually care about the athletes, which I do, I'm not going to fly a drone over their head where it could accidentally fall on them if something goes wrong. But if you notice, we did this at the very beginning of the race, the drone's to the side of them so it doesn't hurt them if something bad happens. And then once the race got going, I couldn't do it without taking a risk that I didn't want to do. But we're just showing right now good technique. And then here now you see that there's excessive double support. So she strikes the ground. This foot is going to stay on the ground for an extended period of time. And when this foot is on the ground, it's basically pushing back. So we have to do a whole bunch of exercises and different things to minimize that. All right. If we look here, you can see, you know, footwork is everything. If you look at elite walkers, you will either see them with both feet off the ground, or if it's late in the race and they're tired, just an instance of having both feet in contact with the ground. So the first thing to think about is, and this is easy to say, but think of increasing your turnover, right? Really elite race walkers move their feet very, very quickly, pick them up, put them down. As long as you're comfortable that you're still straightening your knee, then faster turnover will help. Increasing hip rotation will help. Okay, she's overstriding here, which is not ideal, right? So she's straightening too far in front of her body and then hanging out in space, where this looks much more appropriate. And she strikes the ground and her foot is not, when she strikes in the front, she's not on the ground anymore in the back, right? Landing with the right angle of the leg and rolling through on the foot, very important. Okay, and the thing that really matters the most is that you train, right? You have to get stronger. If you do have some extra weight that you don't want, when you lose that extra weight, it will be easier to get up on your feet. But it's a lot of work. That was a miserable day. All right. So the main drill that you can do to increase your turnover are quick step drills. And if you look, Tim is race walking here. He's landing with a leg straight. He lands, the other foot's on the ground. But what's different is he's taking an incredibly short stride, right? Like 6 inches to at most 1 foot, but he's doing it right and being very close to 6 inches. And then we try to walk as quickly as you can. And there are different variations of this. The first one, Miranda has her hands behind her back. And there are 3 or 4 other variations, but she's race walking with legal technique, with a very short stride, with some different type of hand motion.
You know, you can put your hands behind your back. You can put your hands above your head. You can put your hands out to the side. You can put your hands in front of you.
Yeah, I think we show all. Yeah, I think we show them all here.
Okay, so this one's the hand behind the back, very short, quick turnover to get you used to, you know, how to move fast with your feet. Okay.
Yeah. So this one, the hands are out, and we'll get a close up in a second.
Yeah.
And there's no focus on hip rotation at all. You really are just focusing on quick steps.
Exactly. This is just movement of the feet only. So this is the mummy or Superman. You know, just
Superman doesn't fly like that. Come on.
Yeah.
Maybe Bizarro Superman does.
Yeah, just really quick and really short strides. Right. And it's all about the quickness of the steps. That's it. Quick steps. The quicker you can put your foot down and the quicker you plant the heel in the next stride, that's the goal.
All right. And there's really not much more that we can say for that. It really is doing the quick step drills and then training. You know, at some point, this does come down to you've got to train to become a great race walker. All right. I think we might have done them all, but let me double check. We did bent, minimum. We did that. Overly legal, backward lean, forward lean. Oh, no, we haven't done excessive hip drop. Oh, we haven't done loss of contact either. All right. Loss of contact, I don't think anyone here has to worry about that, but we'll go through it because some of you may coach people. If you have excessive loss of contact, obviously you want to focus on getting your foot down quicker.
Jeff,
right.
before we start this, can we take a 5-minute bathroom break?
We can. I was going to do it when we're done, but we can. Why don't we do a 10-minute bio break?
Okay. Okay.
All right. I'm going to pause. Okay. So ask the question.
Is there a good way to find maximum heart rate on a treadmill?
So I think you need first to be very careful, right? So only people who have been exercising for a while, and if you're going to do it with a race walking, already have pretty good race walking technique, should try to do a max heart rate. I personally would not want to try to do my max heart rate on a treadmill. I'd rather do it on a track. Okay. Just because you're going to go all out, right? If you are on the treadmill, and then you have a higher risk of injury. But if you don't care about doing it from race walking, then you can be increasing the incline the way you would do in a stress test. But even when they do a stress test, they don't take you to your max heart rate. They take you to like 85, 90%. And I went, I had like some phantom chest pains. It's probably because I was working with Tim so much. And, and I had a family history of, like, my father had a heart attack in his early 40s. So I went for a stress test, and I was not particularly in good race walking shape. And, I start going on it, and Tim, check the chat also, because there's a question there. And so we get up to, 160, 170, 180, 190, wherever I was going. And I'm like, don't you guys have enough? And like, yeah, but nobody's ever walked this long on the test before, right? And I'm like, well, I don't need to blow my hamstrings out to be your record holder here, right? Hang on a sec. So, and that's under a supervised situation, right? So you want to be mindful if you're going to go do it, do it. First of all, do it with somebody around, and also, I would do it on a road or track, not on a treadmill, just to reduce that. But the workout that I used to do when I was trying to like kind of max heart rate would be warm up really, really well, right? Mm-hmm. So at least a mile, maybe more, and then take like your mile race pace, right? And do a quarter mile at that pace. Then rest 30 seconds. Then sprint for 200 meters, right? As fast as you can. You probably wouldn't be legal anymore, right? But, that's not what we're doing. Take your heart rate. Take a 2-minute break, stretch, do whatever. Do it again. Take your heart rate. Whatever your max heart rate is on those 200s, right? Whatever the highest one is that you get to, that's probably pretty close to your max heart rate. Okay. Now, once you start maxing out and the 200s start to get, the heart rate starts to go down, then you're done, right? You can't go any faster. If you happen to hit your max heart rate on the 400, okay, well, you hit it. So use that number. And then what I usually do is I take that and I say, all right, was I really all out, all I could do, gun to the back of my head? They're going to shoot my family if I don't go faster? No. So maybe I'll add 3-4% to that number. Okay. Right, as a fudge. But you also could do, a less intense workout, or take a 10K race pace and then go to the charts that we did when we did the training stuff, right? And back calculate it. So, if a 20K race is supposed to be 80, I don't know. Tim, do you remember off the top of your head, 20K race, what percentage of max heart rate it is? Like 80, 81, something in there? But whatever the number is,
85
right?
to 90%.
Okay,
85.
right. You can back computed instead of taking the risk of truly maxing your body out.
Mhm.
And someone asked if there's a specific cadence to shoot for. I wouldn't, everybody's going to be different. And I can tell you that, you know, it's the same with heart rate. 2 Olympic athletes walking stride for stride. Kevin Easler and I at the Olympics in Athens, I was at like, you know, 205 during the Olympics, and Kevin was at 185, but we're walking stride for stride next to each other. So it's gonna, but we walked, you know, from step 1 until 19.8K of a 20K race next to each other, fighting against everybody else, but with completely different, you know, 20 or so different steps per minute difference. So that's okay. It just depends on the person. So I don't think.
And Tim, what happened at 19.8K?
I pushed very hard for the last little. Kevin and I were. It was actually probably 19.5K, maybe 19K. We were catching the second Russian, and so Kevin and I caught the second Russian, and we got into the tunnel in the Olympic Stadium, and then we made a move to catch one other guy from Belarus, I think it was. So it was pretty cool. So
I was giving you a lead in to say that you finished as the fastest American in a 20K ever and beat your lifelong friend.
It was at one point in time, it was the fastest American time ever at the Olympic Games. It is now the second to my athlete Trevor, but it is still the highest place by an American since the boycott of '84. So that 20th place is still the highest. But the big thing was Kevin and I beat 2 Chinese, 2 Russians, 2 Mexicans that day, and those are the powerhouses. So that was the pretty cool stuff. So, but we have 2 more things to go through, Jeffrey. Let's make sure we go through those.
Yep. Oh yeah. All right. All right, so one thing to do is just focus on quieting the body down. If you look, you can see Miranda's shoulders and arms are kind of going all over the place. Hang on.
Okay.
Whoops. Where are my zoomy controls? There we go. All right, so you can see her shoulders are kind of bouncing up and down. And if you drive your shoulders up, it's going to lift your body up with them. So I'm trying to tell her to lock her elbow and quiet the shoulders. And you can see she's smoother, and that will bring her down onto the ground more. Okay, you want to swing your leg lower to the ground. So you don't want to be leaping forward with your legs. You want to instead try to think about your foot kicking a ball or sweeping the floor like a broom. Right now, this is her super exaggerated, looking as horrible as she could.
Yeah.
And then this is her looking better.
So you guys, you can see the difference, right? This one is much more compact. It's fluid. It's close to the body. It's you know, you control the range of the arms, and it was just, you know, you can see the difference in the technique.
And now she's not, she's over swinging versus here where she's not over swinging.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so some of these are going to be repeats of exercises we've seen before, but if you have tight hamstrings, then it's difficult for you to straighten the leg, to maintain a loss of contact or minimize your loss of contact, sorry. So we're doing this just like we did before, trying to reach down. If we don't reach all the way, it's okay. Okay, the long arm, long stride. If you get more hip rotation, then you're going to have a shorter flight phase because your stride will be longer and you can keep that foot on the ground behind you longer. So I'm not going to spend as much time showing the ones that we've already seen. Okay. The hurdler drill is one that we haven't seen before. Imagine there's a hurdle there. You can even do it with a hurdle. If we did the clinics, the hurdle becomes my arm and head. And here we're doing it with an actual hurdle. And the idea is keep the other foot cemented on the ground. You're looking forward, hands are forward, and all the rotation is coming from the hip. So we're improving our hip rotation.
So, sorry, quick question.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
I am a hurdler. I was a hurdler, but you're not doing correct hurdle form. You really are trying to just
Yes.
get over?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't even know what correct hurdle form is because
Well, I just
This isn't, I mean, what Alex is doing is
he's really
not
just
the best, right? Like the technical component for a hurdler that's not, you know.
that's not what we're going for. You're trying to keep that leg out straight almost as it goes over.
You want it bent. I don't think he's doing a good job. Like I would have done it a little bit different. I would have had it more bent. So
Okay.
I would have had my knee much more bent to come through.
Okay.
Not like, see how wide that is? I wouldn't have done that. I would have tightened it up a little. Okay, because it's not about the leg being out. It's about the hip.
It's about the hip
moving through in
rotation.
the motion. Yeah. Good catch. Good track and field catch. So you can see Molly doing, you know.
It's actually much better here without the real hurdle.
Yeah.
Right, because he's more
tighter with
bent.
the leg.
Right.
Yeah.
He just can't do it properly when the hurdle's that high.
Right. And he's not a hurdler. I mean, you know. So it's just an example.
But that's a much better, yeah, that's a very good eye that you
That's
had.
a better one. Yeah.
I'll give you Alex's email. You can criticize him.
Well, yeah, it's fine. I just need to bring my hurdle hips back, I guess. And
yeah. And what's so funny is that, you know, I could never be a hurdler, right? Myself as an athlete. But the #1 kid right now in the US who I taught how to race walk was a hurdler in high school. So yeah. So I mean he knows how to do it really well. And he ran steeplechase for me. He ran hurdles for me. He was a 4,000 point decathlete. And then we said, yeah, listen, you're a 4,000 point decathlete. You should really try race walking. That's not going to get you very many places. And, you know, he's #1 in the US right now and a real strong kid and made great progress in the 10 years or so that he's been race walking. So, but cool. Yeah, you know, it depends on the athlete for the hurdle drill. So here's another one, forward leg kick. So depends what your preference is. I like to use opposite arm, opposite leg. I think in the video, Jeff's going to show you same arm, same leg, but it's just the arm comes forward, the other arm, the leg goes back, and you swing back and forth to get that flexibility in the hips. You have a video for that one, Jeff, or no?
Yeah, in there. Hang on.
Okay.
Yeah. It's opposite arm. Opposite leg.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. You guys did something. You did something right from you without me. So there you go. Opposite arm, opposite leg, swinging like that. Just really trying to get that flexibility in that hip flexor muscle. You know, in this case, it's her left leg. She's trying to get that flexibility. So it's really good job there. So that's the forward leg kick. We're going to have another one coming up.
This is the side leg kick. And
side leg kick. Okay.
If there were 3 drills to do every day once you're legal, it would be these 3 to really work on your hip rotation.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's a, an example of the side leg kick. She could probably put 2 hands on the tree, but it would be harder to see. So she's just demonstrating it like this. But you see the hip comes across and you see no pink on her left leg. And then you see the pink stripe-ish, when she comes across, when she rotates it through. So that's going to be important. And same thing with this leg. Swings across, you can't see it, and then all of a sudden, and then you can see it. So just flexibility in the hips. Hip flexibility is going to be very, very important for us.
Okay, we've already seen the traditional hamstring stretch.
Yep.
So we'll just kind of flip past that because I think that one everybody knows. But we also have a few extra ones. The easy on the back hamstring stretch, right? Or seated up hamstring stretch. Basically just lift one leg at a time, hold it in position.
And here, obviously, you try and keep your leg as straight as possible and you pull it towards you. So that's the goal.
Okay, toe touching hamstring stretch. The main thing about this stretch is to note that we're doing it at an angle. You don't want to just come straight down. When you do that, you can strain lower back and other things. So you always want to keep like a foot between you and the wall, and then you can come down and do kind of standard toe touch. And even if you only got to there, it would be fine. Obviously, Molly's super flexible. Okay, so again, nothing really special here other than making sure you're safe. We're always more concerned about not getting injured than doing something just for the sake of, getting a little extra stretch or strength out of it. Okay, an improved toe touch is to cross the feet, and then you don't have to worry quite as much about the distance because you're already taking a stretch. You're already taking some of that stretch off, but you can still have your feet a little bit apart. And when you do this, you'd want to have one leg forward for part of it and then switch and have the other leg forward for the other part of it. Okay, so you can see her switching and coming down, and she still has a nice gap there. This is one of my favorites. It's a yoga style hamstring stretch that basically starts with your upper back and then just works all the way down to your hamstrings. And the goal is to do this like entire stretch over a minute. So this is actually an accelerated stretch. When he's doing it, he's coming down and he's starting by really working on the upper back, and this is now still cemented against the wall. Then the lower back comes off the wall, and all the time he's reaching down with his hands until basically he gets into that position. Then he holds there for 15, 20 seconds, and then he's going to reverse himself and come back up just as slowly as he went down. And what happens is you actually feel like the vertebrae in your spine stacking. And you see he didn't undo his shoulders and neck until the very end. All right. I think we have one more corrective. Yeah, so most of you aren't doing this, but again, reasonable to show. Excessive hip drop is basically when your foot is at mid stance, you see your hip doing something like this. And this is a forward view if this was our walker. And this is why I asked you to tuck your shirt in, so we can see the waist and see what's going on with your waist. Okay, so here's Tim, and this is the straight line walking drill. in general, we tell you not to force it, and you certainly don't want to do this excessively, but if you want to get the feel for not dropping your hip, try walking along a straight line. So one foot is directly in front of the other. It's also known as the field sobriety test. Okay.
So on the hip drop thing, I think you guys told me that I didn't have enough of it. I think that's what you were trying to say, Tim. In mine, what's the cause of that?
So a lack of flexibility. So basically, what you're doing is you have no hip movement. So you do want some drop. Okay, you just don't want it to be like some. In
You,
some
you can
athletes,
see, you can see it right here, right? Like that's a reasonable hip drop. It's not like that.
right? And there's some athletes that have a drop, you know, that's much more like it looks like it's 40-degree angle or something, 45-degree angle, and it's really, really bad. But this is just a little bit of drop, and that's okay. I'm perfectly fine with that.
A little drop is good. No drop, like Tim said, is you need to work on the hip rotation. So you're the opposite of this,
Okay,
right?
thanks.
You're the I need more hip rotation, and with the more hip rotation will come more hip drop. I don't remember. Were you bent kneed or straight?
Not sure straight.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. So hip drop issues, excessive hip drop issues are usually caused by a weakness of the core. So we can add to the exercises we've already seen to develop the core. And you could do this with no weight, or it's hard to tell, but there's a dark black lead sac sitting on his leg there that is acting as resistance. So basically you just go from knees together to knees up, and start doing only like 5 or 10 and build up to 20 or 30, and it will strengthen your hip abductors so that you don't get injured.
These are going to be good, not just for excessive hip drop, but in reality, just for general life fitness. So everybody can do these and get a benefit from it, which is going to be important. So don't think, oh, if I don't have, excessive hip drop, I shouldn't do these. No, you can do these. Like some of these things, like the clamshell, my runners do these all the time because they're just weak in that core area. Okay. So it's just important to know.
Okay. We've already seen this one, right? The bridge with the ball will also help.
Yep.
I love this one, and I can't remember if we have it on video when it snapped on you.
Yeah.
So just be aware that these things don't last forever, and if they wear out and snap, you're going to get stung. But basically, to also strengthen the hip abductors, you can walk side to side. And if you walk in one direction, then you want to walk in the other direction. So going right to left, then left to right.
And it's just a slow movement, nothing fast. But you're really going to get, on this one, I'm getting the work on my right leg when I'm pushing it out. And it's just a good, simple exercise that'll help, it'll help all race walkers. It's not just anything.
Okay, we've seen this, and if you realize how many times we keep seeing this, right? This is one of those drills. When you're getting started, you want to do as much as you can.
Yep.
But I would say you may not want to start this until at least, you don't want to do this quickly until you're getting some leg straightening going on. You can do it to help you with leg straightening, but if you do too much, if you do it and you're not straightening at all, it won't have the same effect. Okay, this is similar to the other straight leg raise, Again, with or without weight, you can see the weight on his foot. You'd probably do this with a little less weight than the other one, but close to the same amount. And you're just basically taking the leg and raising it up on its side. Just the right exercise? Oh, no, that's the wrong video. Oh, well. This one is much more difficult, so I usually use half the weight of the previous one, because now this leg is coming over and you're working that way to work the hip abductors. And even doing it without weight is fine. It's not an
It's
easy
just a
exercise
simple little
to
movement. It's a
Yep.
simple little movement, but you know, the adductors are, you know, you don't want to irritate those. So let's just get some strength in there so that way they get stronger. Okay.
Okay. Tim, you
Hip
want to explain
flexor.
this one?
Yeah, hip flexor, lunge forward. I like the other picture better, with the Sedona rocks. But here's a picture at the track at school. So hip flexor stretch, just basically, you know, don't let the knee go in front of the ankle. That's going to be a key thing that some people who are new to stretching will do. So don't let the knee go in past the ankle. And then there, basically, I am just stretching my right hip flexor, and it's just very important part of race walking to have the hip flexors stretch. Then you can also put your hands up forward, up top, just to have it isolate a little bit. Some people, what they do is they lean forward at the hip. Don't lean forward at the hip. The hip is just straight up and down. And here's another one, the piriformis stretch. Notice how my left hand in that picture on the right goes through the ankle, and my right leg goes through the legs, and the right arm goes behind the knee, and it pulls forward. Don't go on top of the knee. We have enough, you know, strain and stress on our knees already. Let's just go behind and pull it forward. So I think he has a video for that. Okay. So right there, back, and you pull it towards you. Okay. That's going to be one of the stretches for the piriformis that is just going to be key for us. You don't want to have a pain in the piriformis. It is a muscle, you know, it's in the glutes, and it is a real pain in the butt, literally and figuratively and everything. It's not fun. Every time, if you've irritated that before, every time you put your foot down to plant, you're going to be in pain, and that's no fun. Okay. Hip flexor stretch advanced. So basically, like in this instance, the left leg comes forward, it's bent, and then the right leg stays back. And I'm sure we'll get a better video the next one. Okay, so the left leg comes forward and it's bent, and then the right leg goes back, and that's going to be really stretching that hip flexor there. Okay, so that's going to be a real good one to try.
All right. I think that's all of correcting technique. Let me just make sure I'm not missing
I
any.
think this should be it.
Yeah. All right. So we've got the next thing is just kind of a hodgepodge mix of different topics to cover. All right. This was, I think, the 2004 Olympic trials for the women.
Yep. Yep.
And the men. There he is.
The women were on the track for the 20K, and this is the 50K.
Yeah.
So it's a separate standalone event.
Yeah, different time of year as well.
Yep.
I love this picture because it shows everybody going around what's a relatively tight turn, not super tight, but everyone's legally race walking. All right. So this is just a bunch of topics, like I said, that I thought we could cover. So we got mental training, race prep, day of race nutrition, injuries. So if we were gonna talk about, actually, these are non-video, so I'm going to go back to unoptimized. Okay, and now I can see everybody again. All right. So if we had to talk about goals, I think we have very different goals in this group. So Angie, I'm guessing your goal is a race-related goal.
Yeah.
Okay, and that would be what?
Meaning distance, or
You tell.
like,
I don't know. What's your goal?
well, I would like to. I mean, I'd like to try to be able to race 20Ks fast.
Okay, what's fast?
I don't know. I mean, I would love to go to the Olympics someday, but I'm 38 years old, so I don't have much time left.
Right.
But you
So-
know, I don't know pace as well right now. I mean, I could tell you running wise because I've done it for a long time, but race
Right.
walking, I'm not sure yet.
Well,
So one of
go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say one of the things are, if the Olympics were truly your goal, right? The question at first is it realistic? And then second, where are you and where do you have to get to, right? And you need to have that all down. Someone who doesn't want to be competitive but has a goal. Can someone else chime in what their goal is?
I would like to complete a marathon. I've ran several marathons, but I'm transitioning. I think running just kind of beat my body up too much. I overtrained, whatever.
Oh, did she cut out for all you guys?
Yeah.
But I would love to be able to complete a marathon.
Okay. And so if we're looking at a goal of a marathon, right, the first step is how far have you walked so far, right? And then, you know, there's that old 10% a week per rule of increasing distance, but that's not, you know, that's a very rough estimate, right? So, but, you know, typically when we used to coach people for marathons, if all you want to do is complete a marathon, you can take a 6-month training program and you're there, right? And then, so maybe that's the first goal. And then the next goal is to improve time. So the important thing is, if you're going to consider either entering a race or just being fit, to have a goal and to think about what is realistic within the timetable that you have. It is not realistic for me to think that I'm going to make the Olympics in any way other than credentialed media or judge. I could make it as a judge. All right, so I'm gonna just share some of these for time purposes. But if you were going to go to a race, what concerns might you have? So I'll tell you, the number one is I don't show up to the start line on time, right? And that could be because I don't know where the start line is. Or Tim was telling the story of an athlete who trained for 4 years to make another Olympic trials, and because of his day job, he wanted to fly out the night or the day before the race, and a snowstorm hit and he never made it to the Olympic trials, right? So, you know, horrible. Yes. So we always recommend, if you are going to an event, that you don't fly the day before the event in case something bad happens. If you are going to an event, you should go the day before and see where the start line is, so you don't get lost looking for it. If you show up to the race, how many of you have entered a race? And I'm going to bet that Angie says yes to this, but she's not listening to us right now. Busted. And they don't have enough pins for your race number, so they give you 2 and it flaps around in the air, right? So I used to carry pins clipped to my race bag. And everybody knew, Deborah's smiling with me, right? Everybody knew that if they didn't have enough pins, they came to, my dad was in the liquor business. I had an endless supply of paraphernalia. It was my Jack Daniels track bag, right? That had all the pins on it. So my point is, preparation can take away a lot of your anxiety and concern about an event, right? Oh, I'm not going to finish it. Oh, I'm going to go out too fast. All of these things go back to the lessons that we've talked to you about. Going out too fast means you didn't do the right types of workouts, those interval fartlek-y type workouts that trained you to go at the right pace. And then you have your heart rate monitor on. Well, if you're at 180 in the race of your heart rate, and it's 5 minutes into the race, you've gone out too hard, right? So try to figure out your concerns, and then you can talk to somebody who's maybe more experienced who could work those out. So the last time I'll say I competed, the last time I entered a race, I decided to do the Philly Marathon. And my concern, if I was going for time and I was trying to walk a decent time, was I didn't want to get caught up at the aid stations. So I had all my friends stagger 10K apart with a liter of Gatorade and literally did the hand toss to me in the middle of the race, boom, put it on my back, and off I went. All right. And I told each of them, make sure you open the little tab, you know, when they're sealed underneath. And I was foolish because I trusted my friend, and I went and squeezed and nothing came out. Right. And then I had to open it while I was walking. Right. So I should have handed them the previously opened bottles. Right. Anything that you can do to prepare your situation will help. All right. We're not going to spend a lot of time on this because it's not really the audience that would care. But, you know, again, if you were trying to make the Olympics like Angie's going to, doing some self-hypnosis. Self-hypnosis is just relaxation. So Deborah's going to say, hey, I'm going to go into a marathon. Oh my God, I'm so nervous because it's going to take me an hour and a half longer to do it walking than I did running for the first one. Soon, our goal would be for you to beat your running times, right? But oh my God, I got to be out there. I think I have the biggest differential between my fastest marathon and my slowest marathon. So I was like a 3:30-ish, 3:30 something, I think, marathoner when I was walking. And I've been over 10 hours because I was coaching for the Leukemia Society, and I was out there for 10 hours. And let me tell you, right, you got to fuel up to walk for 10 hours, right? And you got to constantly fuel. Thank God some of them were in Dublin where they had Guinness. But whatever your concerns are, you could teach yourself self-hypnosis, relax, and then suggestions become easier to implant. So you could create a tape and talk about, not that I'm not nervous. You don't say the bad word. You say, I'm relaxed at the race. I'm on time, right? I ate well, I slept well, I'm feeling good. I'm going to warm up, and you talk yourself through the race. And then you have triggers, right? That if it's on a loop, I'll say at each turn, I think about what Tim and Jeff told me. I'm going to drive my arms well. I'm going to focus on my hip drive or whatever my problem areas are. And every time, you know, maybe I hit a mile marker in a marathon, I think about my hips and I think about my arms, so that you reprogram yourself to subconsciously remind yourself to do these things. And it really does work. Okay. If you're going to race at altitude, I just like to show off that I was at 18,000 feet. So I have my little picture with Everest there. But you can't acclimatize in a day or a week in any real sense. When you go hiking up to 18,000 feet, basically what you're doing is you're partially adapting, because it takes 6 weeks to adapt to a mile of altitude. If you were truly trying to do that, then you do what Tim and company did. The reason he was out at Flagstaff was he would live high at like 10,000 feet. So his body adapts and develops more red blood cells and has a physiological change. And then they drove down to an area that was at lower altitude so they could work out hard. That's true, like Olympic level, high altitude training. That's not what we're talking about. If you're going to race at altitude, more likely than not, go a few days early so it's not a shock to your system, but not so early that you throw off everything you're doing. And realize that at a mile of altitude, you'll probably walk 3% slower than you would at sea level. And I played with it and experimented, and it was like right on 3%. If you're super serious, you could get a tent that lowers the air pressure and simulates you sleeping at altitude, and you could get some of that physiological difference. more likely you're going to have to worry about acclimatization in terms of weather. And so if you know that you're racing in hot, humid Atlanta, don't go train up in the mountains where it's dry and cool. When I had a race in Israel in the middle of the summer, I was living in DC, and I didn't train early in the morning or late at night. I trained at noon, and I put a sweatshirt on, and I was like a Rocky Balboa, old school, right? You know, schwitzing and suffering, but I survived, and a few people in the race ended up in the hospital or nearly passed out. If you're traveling and you're crossing time zones, it takes about a day for each time zone you jump. So if you're jumping 3 time zones, go 3 days early. That said, if you're going from East Coast to West Coast, maybe you don't want to acclimatize for time zone, right? If the race starts at 7 in the morning and I come from the East, then it's really 10 in the morning, and that's better for me. If I'm going from West to East, then I definitely need to worry about it. Okay.
Right, because those 7 a.m. races on the East Coast coming from the West Coast are 4 a.m. and it's tough. And that's tough for sure.
Right. Preparation is everything. So make sure you bring whatever you need with you. So whether it's a lubricant, the safety pins I mentioned, sunscreen, if you're out in a 10-hour race, right? You're going to want to put something on. Whatever it is you need, pack it with you. Use it, take it carry on. Anything you need the day of the race should be carry on. If you have electrolyte drinks, bring a powdered version of it, right? Mix it when you get there. Don't go too early because everything will be different. If it's a commuter flight, you got to think about, especially in Europe, they limit your weight. It's not just size, it's weight. So make sure that you know the regulations, that you don't get caught where all of a sudden I can't take my race shoes with me. I would use wheel luggage wherever possible so you don't strain your back, your shoulders, or whatever. And you have to be aware of dehydration, right? So, you know, you can't carry fluid with you on. So you can buy stuff once you get through the gates, but you could also carry empty water bottles with electrolyte mix, fill them once you get through the gate. And then you're not just drinking straight water, you're drinking whatever your preferred beverage is. And I'm not even going to recommend a beverage. Everybody's different. Never change, whenever possible, what you're ingesting right before or during the race, right? Be prepared, know how it's going to work. All right. This is just a simple diagram of a race course, and the course is measured on the shortest possible line. So you might not actually walk right here in the red if it's kind of chewed up, because sometimes that might be the case. But the safest, closest line you could walk to being dead straight is where the course is measured. So if this is a 1K loop, it's 1K where the red is, and any step you take in the middle is wasted distance.
It's kind of like racing on the track and you're in lane 3, right? If you and I are racing together in lane 3, we have the same speed. You're gonna run or walk longer distances than I am if I'm in lane 1. So think about that. And just like if you're on the track, you know, try not to pass someone on the curve, try and pass them on a straightaway, so you're not walking extra distance.
Okay. So when you get to a race, obviously check in as soon as you get there. Have a goal. Deborah's goal is to finish, right? Angie's goal is to make the Olympic team, right?
Poor Angie. She's getting hard.
Yeah, I know, but she's smiling while we do that, right? Yeah. And but again, they have to be realistic, right? If you start too quickly, you're going to spike the lactic acid that Tim talked about during training, and you're going to put yourself into a difficult situation in terms of trying to complete the race. Now, when you're in the last 100 meters, right, maybe you could sprint or go forward, but no, you don't want to wait to the last 100 meters and give it everything you got. And then there's Judge Salvage with his paddle, boom, right, and says you came off the ground. What you want to do is push for like the last half mile or even the whole mile, where you're going slightly faster than your VO2 pace, that you've practiced in workouts, right? And you got to know your limits so you don't overdo it. I had a horrible habit. Some people might say I'm stubborn, and I would push. And Tim, we never really raced against each other, right?
No.
Technically. So my career was done by the time young Timmy was starting. And I would, if I saw Tim in front of me, I never got disqualified before I had knee surgery. I just go after him. And it didn't matter how much it hurt until I started throwing up, right? And my body would shut me down. So I learned over time that, okay, that's as far as you can push it. You got to let Tim go today. And then with 100 meters left in the race, again, I didn't have to worry about getting disqualified. I gave it everything, crossed the line, and puked in the garbage. The race directors loved me. But I knew right where that limit was and pushed to it. I'm not telling you to do that, right? That is not the goal of most normal, sane people. All right. When you do race, watch the turns. If I see you run around a turn, I'm giving you a yellow on the first one and a red on the next one, right? And if it's really disgusting, like we're coached not to give a red on the first offense, but if I see you just blatantly not even care, and you're like, well, I'm going to run this turn, then I might give you a red right at the instance. Racing indoors has its own concerns. Often the track is banked. See how this is coming up, which is actually how I got my knee injury and ended my competitive career. Most people would not have that problem, but there's all sorts of other concerns, like the air is really dry. My older athletes used to suck on a lozenge just to keep it moist and keep from coughing. I used to just cough endlessly once the race was done. Okay, during the race, everybody's needs are different. So you have to figure out what you do on your long workouts and set your race up to be able to have that kind of support, right? If you wait till you're thirsty, it's too late. If you say, I'm not going to dehydrate, so I'm going to drink water, no electrolyte, water, you're going to end up hyponatremic, which can actually be even more dangerous. There was somebody on the news because some stupid DJ said, who could drink a gallon of water in an hour? And they went hyponatremic because they diluted all the salt out of their system and they died. I've had marathon athletes go to the hospital with hyponatremia because they weren't doing enough electrolytes. Then you get to energy. Rough numbers, your body can store 2,000 calories of glycogen or usable carbohydrates. Roughly, you use 100 calories per mile. Well, if you're doing a marathon, you got to make up six miles of carbohydrates. I have just an iron stomach, so I can eat an energy bar. Most people cannot, right? Gel shots work for other people. I was old school. I used to do bananas. If I'm walking as slow as a 10-hour marathoner, I can drink Guinness. I'm not promoting it. I'm just saying I'm in Dublin. It was enjoyable. So you figure out what works. You bring it with you to the race, and you repeat it. And don't when Angie comes up to you, Deborah, and say, "Oh, remember me from the clinic? I'm an Olympian now." You should follow and use the Angie gel shot, right? And say, "No, I listen to Coach Tim. I do nothing different the day of my race."
But
right.
Speaking of that, but like, if Deborah, if you're going to do a marathon, and I know you know this already, but I'll just say it, and if they're going to use Gatorade that they're going to hand out, right? Or if they're going to use a different type of electrolyte, you don't want to go from, if you're used to using Powerade and they have Gatorade and you drink Gatorade, you're going to have stomach problems. So leading up into the race, if you know that XYZ Marathon has Gatorade as their preferred supplier, as their preferred, sports drink, try and utilize it before so that you don't get to the race and then have stomach problems. And it could be something very simple, but nothing can stop you quicker than a stomach problem in a longer race. It is no fun. So
I'm amazed at how many elite athletes are like, I was doing fine until, right? And they had stomach problems. Well, what are you doing differently? Right? You do these workouts all the time, right? And it's one thing if you have a stomach problem at 48K and a 50. Okay, you've pushed harder than a workout. But if you're having a stomach problem at 10K, right?
Yeah, I don't know how-
and if it's nerves, then you should be seeing a sports psychologist, right? And working on that. But it happens a lot. All right. Really important. And you see this word here? We're going to change it. Right? All these are true whether you're racing or it's a hard workout. And, you know, a few of you are beginners and you asked me, you know, is this clinic okay for a beginner? Almost none of the advice that we're giving to you as a race is different than if you're just doing a long, hard workout. And what may be hard for a beginner might be going 6 miles, right? Because when I started, I couldn't race walk 6 miles. My first junior national. So I went from being as cruddy a runner as Tim. I think we could agree that we were both pretty awful runners.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? What was your high school 5K time?
I never ran 5K. I only ran the mile.
Okay. So you never ran cross country?
No, I played soccer.
Okay. So he was so bad they wouldn't let him on the cross country team. All right. I was the last man on varsity on the worst team in Nassau County as a runner. And I started race walking and it hurt. Like I had none of these muscles designed for race walking, but we were also working out indoors on our concrete high school floors. Well, I was supposed to race in some kind of national thing in June for a mile, and they canceled it for some reason. And with like 2 weeks notice, I found out that there was something called the Junior Nationals, and I had to race a 10K. So I went from a mile to a 10K in 2 weeks. And I had no idea what I was doing. Curtis Fisher and Paul Schwartzberg took the lead.
Yeah.
And I took the lead from them because I was used to leading races. So I led for a mile. And then I was like, just shoot me dead. It was the most, and I had good technique, so I didn't get disqualified. And I had to finish, and I finished in second to last. And they became very good friends of mine and laughed their asses off at me. But my point is, you know, if you're a beginner, right, that distance, whatever it is, it's different for all of us. But when you finish a hard workout, you want to refuel. All right. And I look at it as a multi-stage step. All right. An electrolyte drink with some carbs. All right. You know, all the trendy diets. Oh, don't do carbs. No. Carbs are fuel. There are different equations depending on what diet you're on of how much you'll do. But as soon as you finish working out, replacing some of those carbs is a good thing. And then I tend to do a high energy carbohydrate bar or something, right? Because I want to get my energy back. And then protein is also really important because you've got to rebuild muscles and you've just broken them down, right? And I'm not going to argue over whether you do some fancy powdered chemical or you grab a can of tuna fish, right? But the important thing is that you're doing these in some way, in some formula. Don't just sit around and be the three schmoes. All right.
The three schmoes. They just walk 40K. The three schmoes. You guys try.
Manny, Mo, and Jack. All right. If you get injured, first,
Wait,
Tim
sorry.
and I,
Can I ask a couple questions on the racing portion?
Yep.
So if my goal is racing, and Olympics might be a stretch. Olympic trials might be a stretch.
No, I was going to tell you, but I think, you know, and I'll ask the question, and it's not a ceiling, but how old are you now?
38.
38. That's fine.
Almost 39. I'll turn 39 this month.
No, but the reason why I was saying that is because we had 2 women. They were walking for a longer period of time. So give it a second, and you know. But 2 women make the Olympic team in their 40s. I think one was 43. So like they were walking for like 20 years, right? To make that team. So it's not easy, but you have to realize that I can 100% tell you that if you have the ability to qualify for the Olympic trials, it is going to be like nothing you've ever experienced. So I competed in the Olympic trials 5 times, right? So I made 2 Olympic teams. And I failed 3 other times, right? So
didn't fail, just didn't come in first.
I failed, I got second and they only took one. The other 3 times I failed by getting second place. Welcome to America. And
First loser.
yeah, first loser, exactly. But it's the idea that, it's pretty cool. Like, let's not underestimate. Let's not, if you guys, once COVID is done and it's, this year might be a stretch. So I'm not telling you to go to Eugene, Oregon in 2021 for the Olympic trials, for the 2020, 2021 Olympics, if that happens. What I am telling you is 2024, for those people who aren't going to compete, it's pretty cool to go and see. And if Angie, if you have the ability in 3 years to come up with a plan to make the Olympic trials, it's pretty cool. I mean, for your kids to see you at the Olympic trials, because your kids are old enough, it's legit fun, you would be competing in the Olympic trials, not the race walk trials. It's not the race walk, we are a track and field event in the sport of track and field. Right? Not race walking isn't a sport. Some people say the sport of race walking or speed walking. No, we are an event under the umbrella in track and field. And to go to Olympic trials is very, very fun. Very, very fun. So let's, before you think about, and just, in the last 30 years, only let me think about this. Two people have gone to the Olympic trials and made the Olympic team on their first try. One was Yuling Chen from China. She was Chinese American. She was Olympic champion in China in '92. And then she retired and came to the US and she made the Olympic team in 2000. So that's not really fair to have a transfer like that to make the Olympic team. And the other was Trevor Barron, who I coached at 19. Other than that, everybody else who makes an Olympic team competed in Olympic trials first. So with that said, it's very cool to make the Olympic trials. So don't think of it that it's second, but 3 years, if you're progressing and you work on your technique and you have the goal and the desire, it's worth it. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So
well, I would, yeah, sorry. I was just gonna say, I would love to do it, but I have more questions, but go ahead, Shano, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna ask, what's what would be the approximate qualifying time for the trials, for the Olympic trials for a women's 20K?
Should be for women, it should be 1 hour and 48 minutes.
Oh, that's fast. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so that's
20K.
That's 56 minutes. Right?
No,
that's 54 minutes per 10K. So that's
like roughly 9 minutes a mile. Rough math.
A little bit less. So that's 27 minutes for 5K. So,
that's faster than I've run a half marathon.
It is. And so, you have to break it down. So like whenever you say, I want to do this for this longer distance, right? Can you do this for the shorter distance? Can you maintain that pace? Right? Eventually you can train yourself to get to that pace. Like, only because Deborah's on my screen. If Deborah can't walk a half marathon, don't tell me you want to walk a full marathon. That's just, everything is like a ladder in my world, right? So if you think of it, you get here and then you get higher and then you get higher, but you can't just jump steps. If you try and jump steps, it's an injury risk. And, Deborah should be able to go out and walk a half marathon in training. Like, yeah, that was an okay Sunday long walk type of thing, as opposed to, oh my gosh, I'm going to die. Like that's not going to fly. And the same thing for you, Angie. If you want to walk 20K in 1 hour and 48 minutes, you have to be able to walk till 27 minutes for 5K. So let's just break it down. Yeah. Right. So, so think of it like that. Okay.
And Shona, when I was a high school runner, so my fastest 5K was 18:45 in high school, and then I got injured. So my senior year, I didn't break like 20 minutes. And then they said, why don't you try the walk? That's what they called it. Yeah. So I learned to race walk my senior year, winter, semester, quarter, whatever we called it back then.
Indoors.
Within 2 years, I walked 21 flat for a 5K. So I was only 1 minute slower walking 2 years later than I had been running. And then on a whim in a pouring rainstorm, my friends wanted to go run in a 5K run in Fairmount Park. And I ran like 18:12 off of total race walking technique. I'd never run a step for like 5 years. So it's an interesting mix going back and forth.
I've done some walking, but I tend to be able to walk further at the same pace. I don't get quicker, which is why I'm doing this. So like my marathon time is literally double my half marathon time. Like it's not.
So yeah, so the training stuff will matter. And then obviously the technique will matter. So I loved what we came up with. For Tim was the brainchild behind the training book, and to race walk faster by training smarter. Right, you got to be smart about what you do.
Yeah.
Before we hit
Angie's,
Angie's,
going to be the recovery. The big thing is going to be recovery. And as you get a little bit older, you need to be recover more, and that's okay. You can still get the right work in, but you just need to be able to recover more.
Before we hit Angie's other questions, does anyone else have a question related to this?
I do have another a question. So I saw the 50-mile and 100-mile race walk events, and I wondered how realistic that would be to do. Now I've gotten up to about 43 miles, but not using race walk technique. So is that a realistic thing to pursue, and how would I train for something like that?
So I would say yes, if as you are building up, you are not developing lots of injuries, right? So there's no significant difference between training for it as a walker, race walker, or runner, other than as a walker, it's going to be super slow, right? And as a runner, you don't have to put in quite the number of hours. I've never coached someone to do ultras, so I might not be the best person to recommend it, but I don't think you're going to want, unless you're racing it for like a real time, if it's more about completing it, I don't think you would train over 30 miles on any given day, just because you'd be depleting your body so much. Tim?
You might have to go a little higher, but you just have to, you're going to have to go higher in training. You're going to have to go like, 50 miles if you want to do 100 for sure.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the 50-mile race.
Oh, the 50-mile race. Right.
Yeah. If you want to be a Centurion, that's a whole nother level, but
right.
50 miles, would 30 be enough? 35
maybe.
Yeah.
It's you just have to make sure that you're fueling enough so that you don't crash, because the crash is really bad.
Could you actually race walk those long? Because I've looked at Centurion, I think it's kind of cool. Would you actually race walk it? Or would it be a bit of a hybrid kind of thing? You wouldn't be like legally race walking it.
You will be faster.
Are there events where you have to actually use that technique, or you would you'd have to actually use that technique for those events.
I thought for a Centurion it was just for time, 100 miles in the 24 hours, and that was.
It depends on who's the sanctioning body.
Okay, the type of race.
So it sounds like Deborah's looking at real racewalks, not just straight pedestrian.
Okay.
Not straight Centurion races, right? And I mean, the biggest thing is, if you get the technique down, at least let's just say the first 4 or 5 hours, right? You get the technique down, you're gonna go farther. It is definitely, so when we do in-person clinics, I usually take we usually always have kids. So like a 10 or 11-year-old, a new girl who's been race walking a little while. We usually have kids in the group, and I'll be like, okay, you and I are going to race. She's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, you and I are going to race 50 meters, and you're going to race walk, and I'm going to hike. And the little girl will always crush me because she has good race walking technique. She is going to be much faster than me, because when I'm hiking or my leg is bent when I land, it's going to be very inefficient, because every time I plant, it's going to break a little bit. Okay? So think about that, and think about that, right? So when Deborah gets the technique, so she's much more fluid, it's going to, you're going to go much farther in less of amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but I think Angie had a question, and then Rachel's asking me when she should come on. So think about that, Jeff.
Let's answer Angie's questions and then have Rachel pop on.
It was just a quick one. As far as finding races, I mean, I know we talked a little bit last time about just getting connected with Facebook, finding people that, to try to find judged races. I know summer track programs have had that. I mean, when I grew up doing summer track, there was always race walking. Do they still do summer track, and do they do, like, 'cause somebody mentioned like senior Olympics? I mean, do they still do that stuff?
Yeah, all that stuff, non-COVID would have race walking.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of,
So USA Race Walking Group on Facebook and then USA Race Walking Foundation page are probably the two most pertinent Facebook pieces to be on. I can send you links, everybody links to that stuff.
Thanks.
and also the high school one, the high school race walk one. If they just
Yeah.
put info out there, Michael Roth does a really good job with it, and just tries to put info out there to, hey, there's a race coming up, type of thing.
Cool.
Yeah,
So, and
just
especially now.
avoid his negative commentary. He has
Yeah,
a bit of a
yeah.
habit of couching things in a negative light that aren't as bad as he makes them out to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right, why don't we bring Rachel on and then we can finish this deck after. So maybe have Rachel talk for 40 minutes or so and just
Yeah, that's
ask general Q&A questions.
Yeah, I'll go get her. No problem.
And when Rachel's talking, I'm gonna mute myself because I'm just gonna give her the floor.
Hi,
Hey, Rachel.
how's everybody doing? Good.
You're doing great.
All right, so this is just an informal, get another Olympian's opinion, get a woman's opinion instead of two white guys, and whatever. I mean, the time is all yours to ask any questions that you want. And I'm going to mute myself and give the floor to Rachel.
Sounds good. Everybody enjoying the clinic so far? I assume.
Yeah, it's great. Very informative.
Good. Are you all experienced, or do you have anybody new at this?
New.
New?
Here.
Brand new.
Experienced.
New.
Okay. Well, it's a good place to be, whether you're new or experienced. I mean, we're still always learning stuff, even no matter how many years we've been doing this or how good we've gotten. So yeah, they have a lot of good information. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Maybe just tell us a little bit about your background and kind of how you became a race walker.
Yeah, I don't know what they've told you about me or if anything at all, but so I'm from Canada, and I started race walking when I was 15. I had done quite a few different sports, and my parents were two of the best marathon runners in Canada. So I always had kind of a track and field background, but I honestly never wanted to do anything in track and field because my parents always dragged me to road races or even track practice, and I don't know, I guess I probably didn't find it very fun at that age, or appealing. But my sister had started race walking first because she had gone to a track meet, didn't make it on to the next event, in a running event, and there was nobody in the race walk. And so he said, oh, why don't you just go in, and if you do it, you just have to finish it, and then you get to go on to the next meet. And so she did it, and then from there she actually enjoyed it and started training for it. And she made some junior national teams for Canada, and I had started track and field and doing other events, and I was literally just making fun of her at practice, like mocking her, like just imitating her. And our coach was like, "Oh, you're pretty good at it." I guess I was, a natural with the technique, and I really didn't want to do it. But a friend of mine that was on the team with me at the time, we both started together, and so as a teenage girl, it made it a little bit easier to want to start. And then I started seeing some success in it. And I think, like, again, a teenager, I think that drew me into it, or at least held my, this wanting to do it, I get to continue seeing how much better I could be. And I was starting to make junior national teams from that too. And the traveling is appealing and everything too at that point, but I definitely grew to love it after that though. And then from there, I had some success pretty quickly, breaking Canadian records and making some major teams. So I've been to the World Championships 4 times, and then the Olympics in 2012. So I guess it's been like over half my life now. Yeah.
So during all of this, were you running as well? I mean, did you run and race walk? Did you train for both at the same time, or did you really just stop running and just focus on race walking?
I would say I probably ran the same amount as I race walked until I was in college. And even in college, I ran on my college cross country team. We didn't have track at my college, but I ran on the team. And then I still maintained quite a bit of running. And even now I run 2 to 3 times a week in the afternoons as like a flush out second workout. I like to do a run instead of race walking again, because it's just nice to have a change of using different muscles, and then my brain to just go. I can just run from my house. I don't have to go anywhere and don't have to worry about pace or technique as much. I just kind of go. So I do like to run a little bit, but still majority of my training is race walking for sure.
And I know somebody else, maybe Corinna asked this before, like, for me, I mean, running is like, I get a good workout, right? I try other things and I don't really get as good of a workout as running, but you find that as you train harder and get faster, you're getting the same high, the same workout, the same, I don't know, feeling from race walking as you did running, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally know what you mean. And I guess for me, like that happened, that transition to like making it more equal and effort wise and everything happened pretty early for me, like in high school and into college. But we've had 2 of the top race walkers in the US for like men started here in San Diego, Emmanuel Cabrera and Nick Christie. And they both came from a completely running background. They didn't start race walking until they were like 20, 21 years old, and which is somewhat late, for a lot of like kids anyways. And they were sort of mocking it at first, like, oh, this isn't very hard. Like, like running, like they're saying the same thing as you're saying, like they would get such a good workout from running that they didn't feel like they could push themselves to get the same effort level. But in reality, like, so, but now they would never say that, because now like they're really pushing themselves. They can go really fast. They can get the same feeling or effort as they did running. But I think the biggest reason why they felt that way at the beginning was because their technique could only bring them so far at that point. If you're really doing the technique properly, and especially at the beginning, you're not going to you can't really push yourself that hard, because you can only go as fast as your technique will bring you.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's, as you get stronger, all your race walking muscles get stronger, and you're able to go faster, then you can really push yourself like just as similarly as you do running. Because I know with running, you can just go and you just go as hard as you can.
Right.
And you're tired or it's hard. But with race walking, it's like, likely at the beginning when you're just starting, if you do that, you probably are breaking into a run, because it to some capacity, because you're pushing the technique too much. But as you get used to it and you do it more, then it becomes the exact same as when you're running.
And do you still race?
Yeah, I'm still trying. I've had a bit of a hard few years. I had qualified for the Olympics in 2016 again, and then but I tore my hamstrings. And after that, it's been a bit tough for me. But I'm still, yeah, planning on trying to race this year, and then after that, we'll see. But it's been a long, trying time for me, definitely.
Oh, cool. I'm dominating it. Anybody else have questions?
Well, I have some questions about picking a race. I live in Maine. I am training for the senior games, and they're going to be in Fort Lauderdale, and they were supposed to be in November, but they moved them to May. And I think it's going to be too hot for me. The two possible events are the 1500 and the 5K. I'm capable of running the qualifying time for my age group in both events, but I'm wondering if I should focus on the 1500 just because it would be easier to run a 1500 in really hot weather than to try to run 5K.
Yeah, I mean, even a 1500 could be difficult in hot weather. I think the biggest thing would be just changing your race plan and not expecting to be able to do the same times as you would do under better conditions. So I think you'd be capable of doing both as long as you race smart. Like we've had to cut, we often would race somewhere in the springtime that, I mean, I live in California, but it still can be like not the most ideal temperature, going from like training usually in the morning at 50 degrees to going somewhere and it's all of a sudden 75 or even 65 can feel like a lot warmer when it's really sunny. But you just have to adjust your race plan and according to the weather. And really everybody's gonna be suffering even if they live in Florida. I like, you know, maybe it is a little bit easier for them because they are a little bit more used to it, but ultimately pushing your body really hard in any type of warm weather is difficult. So, I mean, if you feel more comfortable just doing one race, like you can do that. But at the same time, if you, I really feel like if you just adjust your race plan and go out maybe a little bit slower and know that you can still have a successful race, even if it's a slower time, you know, you can still place well, then that will be really successful.
What are some of your favorite races in the States that you've done?
I'm sorry, can I just jump in? Someone might want to tell Jeff we can see his screen.
I know, I don't know what he's looking for. I noticed a few things, I'm like, okay. I don't know.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Angie.
No, I agree with you. I'm like, okay.
Now we can focus on you.
Okay, I think he heard us.
Okay.
Hey,
yeah,
sorry,
I do
yeah.
all, no worries. I do all race walk races, really. So like, I'll do all the U.S. championships that have open divisions because I can't obviously compete for a U.S. championship myself. But I have jumped into like some rock and roll marathons or half marathons, like for training. Like we used to go to the Las Vegas Las Vegas rock and roll every year, and then the San Diego one as well. We just jumped into those to like get a good effort in at a big event because we really don't have that many opportunities to race even throughout the year. And then I used to go to Europe for like 6 or 7 weeks in a row too and do a bunch of races all over the place kind of there. But yeah, I know it's hard for everybody. I mean, especially now, but even in normal times, it's like not everybody has that many opportunities of like places to race.
Right. Cool.
Are there any rules? I know in the past, as a past, you know, like 10 mile or marathon or half marathon, or there were rules that you couldn't walk. Like, have they gotten more lax with allowing walkers into those kind of races that you could, you know, register for a rock and roll half or a marathon and walk it?
I mean, all the ones that I've been a part of or have known about have a walking division. I think a lot of races have tried to expand into having a walking division because obviously you open up people wanting to enter. Yeah, I don't know of many that don't, but it depends on, I guess, the ones maybe in your area.
I think
Or sometimes they'll have different waves too. They'll have like the running waves will go first, so that, and then the walking waves go later, so it doesn't kind of clog up the area. But
I think the restriction isn't whether you walk or run, but the time limit.
Time, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So
that's
like
true.
the Disney marathon might actually have a walking division, but you have to finish within, I don't know what it is, 7-8 hours or something, or they'll clear the back of the course.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know.
In transitioning from running to walking, did you have to change your breathing techniques?
I don't remember having to do anything differently. I don't know, because of race walking is so much lower impact. I think I was able to stay like a little bit calmer maybe, but I mean, otherwise, like because race walking can be just as high of an intensity, I don't think there's really much of a difference that I noticed.
Thank you.
What kind of mileage do you put in when you're just training kind of not for like in between races?
I mean, I've kind of like changed throughout my career. I was doing about 140 kilometers to 145 kilometers. So maybe that's 90 miles, I think 95 miles. But then after I started having kids, I started doing a little bit less, but I actually was more successful doing less mileage. So I found it maybe it's a bit of a sweet spot for me. But I was doing between 85 and 90 miles, or 80 to 90 miles. But that's like at a high end of, I try to have in my base phase of training was doing those mileage. But then once I was getting more into when I'd be racing more often, I was probably doing between 100 and 120 kilometers a week. And that's with doing like 2 to 3 double workouts, and then the 2 long walks a week. But then like our hard workout days also like accumulate a lot of mileage. Some days I was even having up to 29 kilometers in a day between 2 workouts. But I definitely was not doing that earlier in my career, but it was more like the longer I had gone, I was accumulating more. Yeah.
From watching the videos that come with the course materials, it looks like you do a lot of weightlifting. Did you feel like that made a big difference for you?
Yeah, I do quite a bit of weightlifting. I even did it in high school, after a couple of years of starting to race walk. And then I stopped. So I had good success with it at that point. I changed coaches, and then I had 2 or 3 years where I didn't do it. And I definitely noticed a difference then when I started doing it again. But then when I really noticed a big difference was when I started working with a trainer to like really dial into what I was supposed to be doing. I thought like we would just be doing like stuff with dumbbells and doing high repetitions, not that heavy, because we thought, well, we're distance athletes, you're not supposed to lift all this weight. But once I started working with the trainer in 2014, after I had my first daughter, he was having us do Olympic lifts, so squatting with a barbell, deadlifts, just a lot of like heavy weight. And both me and my training partner had noticed like huge jumps and improvements. We felt so much stronger from it. We were able to recover, I think, from workouts a lot quicker. So it's been like a really big part of our training. I think it kind of also makes up for some of the mileage that we may not do anymore. that we've dropped the mileage a little bit, but the intensity of the weights has gone up a little bit. That it kind of, but it works really well together. So like, I definitely believe a lot in doing some sort of weight training. I just noticed such a difference. Like, you just feel so much stronger. It really carries you through the whole race too, because you're able to sustain the pace longer because you're stronger. You have that muscle to hold it. So I know it's hard to like know exactly what to do with weightlifting. Like, I know like we can tell you a race walking program, it's a little bit easier, but with weights, you really have to, it really depends on the person, because everybody has different deficiencies or different strengths and weaknesses. That like, even my training partner and I would be doing the same, virtually the same race walking training, but we weren't doing the same lifting because we just were different people. With it had to be like more dialed in. So at least like for us to work with it, it's more ideal to have somebody that can help you kind of bring you through that. But I mean, with even the materials that we've put in, that you've probably gotten and seen, all that stuff is still movements that almost anybody would be doing that are at a top level, that can benefit everybody.
Thank you.
No problem.
Do you foam roll and stretch too?
Yes, it's like I like, and it's so time consuming. I spend a lot of time before training getting ready to train. I foam roll, I do some like different band stretches. I use like a Gemini, which is like a tool that it almost looks like two tennis balls taped together, and I use that along my spine. If you kind of look at a Gemini stretching tool, that's really helpful, because a lot of race walkers too have a lot of issues with their back. Like, it may not feel like you have a problem, but like mobility through your back can make such a big difference. And so that just kind of moves along your spine from the top to the bottom. But yeah, I foam roll a lot. That's like a big part of feeling good for me anyways. But yeah, we do a lot of stretching beforehand. And I think there'd be stretches that Jeff has shared with you guys, I think too. But yeah, you notice a big difference. If everything is activated before you go out and walk, you should be able to kind of warm up less in a sense, like, or kind of get that stiffness out quicker, and get moving better, and you'll just feel better.
Any other questions?
What are your sort of your next plans for racing? What's coming up for you, do you think?
I'm not sure. There's another race in about a month from now, but I don't think I'm quite ready for it. So I might wait a little bit longer and hope that another race will come up. There's definitely not many racing opportunities these days. So it's unfortunate that I'm not like feeling quite ready for this next one, but at the very last resort, I have my Olympic trials at the end of June. So at the worst, if I just get a lot of good training between now and then hopefully I'm ready for a good race there. But I'm sure some races will pop up. We even said we might put on a race here in San Diego at some point if we need to. So we'll see what happens.
You want to bring Tim back and we'll continue?
Sure, I will. Enjoy the rest of it and take care, everybody. Good luck with everything you're doing. Have fun with it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel.
Hey guys, so what I was looking for was, you guys inspired me to that analogy of the gunslinger race walker. I was looking for swinging saloon doors in a 3D world, and then I was gonna have the race walker walk through and put a little gun on the side. But I'm very limited in my animation skills, so I can't create something that isn't there. I can just use stuff that I can buy and put it all together. All right. We have a couple of slides left in this one that we'll finish off. We were talking about injuries, and hold on, now I've got to actually share my screen. And we don't have video clips anymore, so we're good. All right. And really, when we're talking to you about injuries, we're giving, kind of wholesale barbershop advice. We're not doctors. We have no real background. So these are just kind of, golden rules to live by, not meant to really treat anything serious. But start with, why do you get injured? All right. So anytime you increase your mileage and you keep increasing your mileage, you have a risk of injury. Anytime you have that weekly buildup of mileage and you do it week to week to week to week, you could get injured. It should be obvious that if you go from a soft surface to a hard surface, you could get injured. What's not obvious is if you go from a hard surface to a soft surface, you can also get injured. So any change of terrain means that you don't want to overdo it as soon as you switch the terrain, right? If your shoes aren't designed properly, you can get hurt. If you suddenly switch your shoes, you can get hurt. If you attend a Tim and Jeff clinic and go, rah, 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 look at all the stuff, I'm going to be an Olympian tomorrow, you could get hurt. You have to adapt to any change over time, all right? Then there are two main types of injuries. An acute injury is the John Nunn, I trip on the way to a meet and crack my ribs into a piece of concrete, right? And there's an incident that caused the injury. Race walkers don't typically do that, right? They get chronic injuries, which are injuries that build up from repetitive motion over time. Okay, a general rule of thumb. First of all, if you're really seriously injured, go see someone immediately. While you're waiting to see someone, you rest it. So it's basically rice. You rest, you put ice on it, you compress it, and you elevate it. All right. Typically, you do not add heat for the first 48 hours. And I would tell you, if it's 48 hours later and it's still bothering you, you shouldn't be following our advice. You should be going to someone who's actually educated in it. Moist heat is better than dry heat. So you can do that a number of ways. I used to have a hot tub, and it was a therapeutic hot tub, and that was fantastic. And you might want to know that I think the record was 35 race walkers can fit in a 4 to 5 person hot tub if you squeeze and become friends. We did that one year after the Penn Relays, but my poor hot tub died after about 18 or 19 years. And now I actually have a massage chair sitting over there, which is really good. And I didn't think the stretch would be the thing that I use, but every night I go in, I do 20 minutes of stretching and then 20 minutes of therapeutic stuff for my neck and back. But a moist heat is actually better. So you can get a heating pad that goes in the microwave that you add water to, and then use that. If you have access to ultrasound, that's a way of getting deeper heat into the muscles. And we used to say sports creams are horrible, but now there are different types of sports creams. It's not just Bengay that's causing a skin irritation, smells bad, and does whatever. I've got different stuff that I use for different problems. So my neck problem is one problem. My hands feel a little arthritic from too much computer time is another problem. And they actually have creams that have medicine in them. But again, you should talk to a doctor about what would be best for you to use. All right. When you're dealing with an injury, you might think about stretching the specific area, like with your shin, but then you also want to remember the advice we gave during stretching, which is also to stretch your calves, right? So always work both sides. Very quick word on chiropractic. I don't believe you should be going to a chiropractor 3 times a week the rest of your life, which is the way some of them promote. But let's say you were in a car accident and your whole body's thrown out of whack. you know, it's not absurd to think of going to a chiropractor for a shorter period of time intensely to realign yourself. There are some very good chiropractors and there's some very bad chiropractors, like any other field. My litmus is if I go to a chiropractor and they're suddenly prescribing me supplements and everything else that, oh, they just happen to be selling, that's sort of a red flag to me, right? If you're going to a chiropractor and they really focus on what you need and they say, oh, you know, you really should get some massage therapy to loosen yourself up before I'm going to align your back, that to me is someone that's more grounded. If I had only one thing to do, I used to use electrostim, but now you can buy machines that kind of break the pain cycle. It's not to build your muscles, you know, like Hans and Franz, but I have a lot of neck pain from a car accident from a long time ago and probably too much time on a computer. And I used to use the electrostim to kind of break up the pain cycle. But I really like massage therapy. And again, you need to go to the right massage therapist, one that knows sports massage. I used to do a combination of myofascial release with a sports massage, which was not comfortable. But when you got up and you rotated your hips and she knew what I wanted to work on, you could tell that you had a greater range of motion. It also increases your circulation. It breaks up any scar tissue. It improves your flexibility. It allows you to recover quicker. So after a hard workout, you get a massage, take the next day easy, and all that aids in your getting ready to work out again. It removes waste products and improves cell nutrition.
And also real quick about that,
yeah,
you know, it's better to do prehab versus rehab. So what does that mean? It is much better to see someone, let's just say, I'll just give an example, once a month, right? To sort of realign you, get a full massage. I mean, you are all athletes, right? So at the highest level, the Olympic level athletes are getting sometimes massage 2 to 3 times a week. But every one of you on this Zoom call is an athlete, and you have to treat yourself as such, right? You're not just a regular Joe Schmo sitting there on the computer all day and 9 to 5. You are athletes. You're out there pushing your body, and you have to realize that prehab is better than rehab. So prehab is you go to the massage therapist, you go to the physio, and they realign you. They sort of do preventative stuff, as opposed to once you're injured, you know, that one time a month that you could have gone, right, for prehab could cost you 3 times a week at rehab for a 6-7 week period. And that's no fun to get you back where you were today. So if you can think about that, you know, think about it in the bigger sense. Hey, if I just do prehab I'm not telling you every week, no, you know, it's hard to afford that. But it is easier to say, okay, once a month, do some prehab with a physio or a good massage therapist or a chiropractor to make sure that you're on track. Okay. So
some other issues, right? Athlete's foot. I've never got an athlete's foot. My mother was OCD. I was always wearing flip-flops in public showers and whatnot. But you know, it's bacterial. So same thing with plantar warts. So try to keep, you know, your feet clean and not contaminated in any way. Blisters, it's going to happen. I tend not to blister, but that is my foot. I was going to walk 10K, had not trained for it. And long story short, I walked 40K that day and I paid for it, right? If you don't do the time, your body's going to reject you. Nail problems, right? If you're walking 100 miles a week, there might be nothing you can do to prevent all problems. But if you're walking, you know, normal miles, properly cut toenails, properly fitted shoes, proper socks should prevent most nail problems. If you do get hurt, obviously start back slowly. I have a golden rule. If something hurts me, I wait till it stops hurting, and then I give it 2 more days before I go back. And I'm like the chronic injury. So every time I try to race walk, if I race walk every other day and build up to whatever slowly, I'm just fine. And then I get into my head that I'm going to walk every day. And as soon as I walk every day, I get hurt. So you got to listen to your body. I do elliptical now every other day. I don't try to do it every day. I'm not trying to make the Olympic team. I'm trying to be healthy and fit. So doing something every day is important to me, but I don't have to do the same thing every day. And when I do get injured, I back way down. And somebody said, every time I start back, I get hurt. When I start back, I start at a half a mile, right? Like literally. And I used to walk 30 miles, right? But I know my body, and, you know, I've got arthritis in my hands. I probably have something in my shoulder at this point. But I've had more surgeries than I can count. Only one of them related to race walking. I'm not built, right, to be a 60, 70 mile a week athlete. So I don't try to be, and I keep it all in control. And then I've walked 10 of arguably the best hikes in the world, right? From Everest Base Camp to Annapurna to the top of Kilimanjaro. So it's not that I can't go, but I know my limit and I know what I should do, and I stay within it. And that allows me to do all these other things. All right. We've got 2 more quick decks. One we're going to just kind of gloss over because it's race walking geekiness, but some of you might like to see it. There we go. And then the last deck is actually very, very quick. All right, so there's a book that Tim and I have. I'm not suggesting that you buy it because it's a geek book, but we study the best walkers in the world. So when we talk about numbers that you've seen in the rest of the presentation, this is where the stuff's coming from. So this guy, if we were measuring his stride, we measured it from the point of toe off to heel strike. And really, if it was a true stride, we would measure to here, but we would get some inconsistencies because of the methods that we used. But if we talk about a stride, that's what we're looking at. If we talk about his flight distance, we're talking about from the point that he leaves the ground to basically heel strike. And how far did he travel? And he traveled 1/4 meter in the air. So they have significant flight time. There is no elite walker walking at full speed with both feet on the ground simultaneously for an instant, right? If we measure the stride, again, it depends where you measure from, but less is before, more is behind. If we want to measure height, I add both of these together, and I can't remember if I averaged it or not. I'd have to look that up.
I think you did. I think you did.
I think I did, yeah.
Yeah.
If we talk about how high the foot comes up, we're looking at the apex of the foot when it comes to here, and you want to try to keep this as low to the ground as possible. Same thing with the knee, and these weird artifacts are because there were race walkers in front of them, but we're looking at how high the knee goes. We're looking at when you bend the rear leg, and at this point it was 39% behind his lead stride. Okay, so when the foot, this is not actually a foot that's parallel. When the foot is parallel to the ground, we measured that. We measured all 3 arm angles to see what people were doing. We measured this angle in here as the foot strikes the ground. We measured the amount of flexion as the foot pushes off. We measured the torso. We measured how far in front and behind the arms go. We measured what the minimum hip rotation is, and then the maximum hip rotation. So you can see that he's gaining 16% of his stride because he's rotating his hips. Okay, then we can look at shoulder rotation. This is neutral, and that's maximum. And then basically we put together what a full stride looks like, which we've already looked at in detail. And then we looked at what was the least and what was the most in terms. So a meter is about where you would be if you added the front foot on top of it. Without the front foot, you're at 9/10 of a meter. The average person was 30% behind, 70%, sorry, 30% in front, 70% behind. The amount of flight distance, the worst was basically 1/4 meter. And Sabine was the least, but this was actually in a workout because I struggled during the women's race to get people off the ground, people's pictures at all. So I used the workout pictures of the women for that. Yeah, so we did divide by 2. So the worst person average was 2.5 inches, meaning 2.5 here and 2.5 there if you totaled it up. So this was probably like 1.5 off and 3.5 off or something like that. So this is crazy. And he got yellow paddles and I think 2 red cards, but he didn't get disqualified and he looked awful. All right, maximum knee height. This guy is a monster. Is he 50 yet, Tim?
Yeah, yeah.
And he's still competing in the top of the world, but he does it all through muscle strength and no technique. He's all over the place in terms of being too high, too low, too something. And this was the guy we saw who was way off the ground, and not surprisingly, we see that he kicks his foot up very, very high. Okay, again, Timmy's on the low end. Jesus is on the high end. Okay, so we see that even amongst the elites, there's a great variation. Trevor was the athlete that Tim coached to the Olympics at 19. I took this before he corrected his technique, and he had a kind of backward sway. Okay, and again, you can see, because he's muscling it, he's bringing his arm way too high up. What we found about this is you'll see that different people have their foot parallel to the ground at different places within the stride. And we looked at it, and we looked at every single race walker and correlated it to every statistic and found no correlation whatsoever. Doesn't matter where you do it. Don't worry about it. You're different, that's fine. Same thing with bent knee position. Well, we say it's good to try to keep it straight longer, whether it's, you know, this far back in the stride or this far back in the stride, as long as you're not bending here, you're just fine. Okay, arm swing. Rachel has since brought her arms a little closer in, right, Timmy?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, so if you look, here's her heel and there's her wrist, so we would want it to come further back. He's not bringing his hands far enough back. Everybody's got something to work on is the bottom line. All right. I got one more deck to show you, and it's going to look huge, but it goes very, very quickly. This is our review of everything. There it is. Okay. So if you want to be good in race walking, it takes effort. And at a high level, that's what effort looks like. It is not easy. Angie, your Olympic goal, it's going to hurt, right? Like this is no excuses, right? That's actually Jesus Angel Garcia, the guy we were just looking at. He fell, ripped both knees open, blood pouring. I don't remember what place he finished, but he was still in the top tier of that race. It's just mind-blowing. The smog of Beijing, 90 plus degrees, end of a 50K, and they're still pouring it on. Pouring rain at Beijing, still, you know, and this is second and third place with, I don't know, about no more than 1 kilometer to go.
Yep.
Right? She is not waiting. Oh, didn't mean to do that. She is not waiting to the last 100 meters to sprint. She's giving a sustained effort for the last kilometer of that race. The Pirate Schnall. This is Jefferson Perez, the one that Tim has complimented often. Right? So everybody is putting forth superhuman efforts to compete at that level. If we look at textbook technique, some of this will be repetitive. Less in front, more behind. Don't be 50-50. Okay? Less in front, more behind. This ratio will be closer to 50-50 in a 50K than in a 20K, than in a mile, right? Because you're not as much off the ground as you go faster. All right, these are just good looking race walkers in terms of their technique, right? It looks nice, right? It looks athletic. Okay, powerful, right? Hips forward, leg is straightened, pushing off the ground, hand behind the hip, right? Exactly the kind of stuff we've said. This is a little higher than maybe we would want, but you know, everybody's got a little personal variance. Right, and you see the torso rotation here, right? It's not a rigid walk. There has to be some torso rotation. And look at this guy. That is one style and race walker.
Straight knees.
Able to race walk even, what's that?
Straight knees.
Straight knees, that's right. And horrible shoes and carrying a very large lens because he can. Okay. We had mentioned before, this one's even worse than the one we showed. Tibial torsion, right? And you see it flipping out in the other direction. Okay.
Do women race 50K as well, or just 20K in the Olympics?
Not in the Olympics.
Yeah, they right now there's since 92 basically, since 2000. So 92 was the first time women were allowed to compete in the Olympics. 1992. Not my, crazy. So then 92 and 96, they competed in 10K. The men had 20 and 50. And then in 2000, they competed 20K and 20K. So 20K for the women, 20K for the men, but only 50K for the men. And then there has been a big push the last few years to get women in the Olympics. It's been in the World Championships, 50K for women. And they just didn't want to put it on the program, right? Because then you add another 5-hour event, and that's tough. So what they've done now is, starting next year's World Championships, they've removed the 50K. So 50K will be in Tokyo. It'll be the last global 50K that there is. And then they removed the 50K from the men, which is a lot of people upset. And they've made it 35K for both men and women. So we don't know if they're going to be in the Olympics at 35K for the women. I'm just going to assume yes in 2024, but they are in the 2022 World Track and Field Championships at 35K.
In the world, they have 20 and 35K.
Yes. Starting
for
next
now.
year,
For now.
Yeah.
For now. Yeah.
Right.
For now.
Cool.
Yeah. So.
All right. So judging, it really, don't obsess about judging. The judges are there to give you feedback, to keep it honest. A judge shouldn't be standing 2 feet from you. You can see, right? A good judge is looking from far away and seeing whether or not the person is legal. A judge is only supposed to really judge within a 45-degree angle to about a 15-degree angle. They shouldn't be judging you when you're way over here or way over there. Right? They might squat a little, but they shouldn't be on the ground. They shouldn't be sitting on the floor. Okay, you might get shown a yellow paddle, as you can see it right there, and they'll usually call out your race number. And on the paddle, it will either be bent knee or loss of contact. They're supposed to give you a yellow before a dreaded red. If, depending on the race, if 3 or 4 judges give you a red card, which is a proposal for disqualification, you would get a red paddle from the chief judge. I'm not going to go into all the nuances of that because it's really a whole nother level. All right. Bent knee walking for elite is rare. You can see it here, and you can see as she progresses through all of these walkers, took the turn too tightly and too close together. And that is not a tight turn, right? Nobody wanted to give, to give the pole position up.
Yeah.
I showed you this one earlier. I think this is a bent knee, but I'm not sure because I took the photo because I wanted to get her face and I wasn't trying to get her feet. All right, everybody turn your mics on, and very quickly, we're going to assess whether to say off or not off. Like, would you give them a red card?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're off.
Okay, I'm not going to give an
No,
answer
I'm
until we
gonna
get.
do a red.
Okay, so one yellow, a couple of reds.
I wouldn't
Months,
give a red.
relax. Okay, that's it close up. Okay, how about this one?
Yeah.
You got to judge quickly, just like a
Yellow.
judge.
Yeah, yellow,
So yellow, yellow. Okay.
yellow, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yellow.
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
That looks okay.
No, I wouldn't.
It's off.
No, I'd let it go.
Okay.
Yellow.
Off. Yellow.
Hello.
Mm.
Still think yellow on that one?
Yeah.
Really high.
Mm,
Mm.
Yellow.
Yellow.
Yeah, yeah. When you look at
Yeah.
it close, right? All right.
Oh, yeah, that was, yeah,
She's off, yeah.
yellow's foot's already up in the back, so.
Yellow. She's off again.
Yellow. That's a high foot in the back.
So none of them actually got disqualified. The only ones that I would say is I'd give him a red card because that should definitely be visible to the human eye. That's visible to the human eye, and that's visible to the human eye. The first sets were definitely not. And I was at the race, so I can make those kind of statements. These are just cool shots of race walkers, just packs.
So how many of these elite racers are like, do many people get yellows during these elite races?
Highly variable, but yes, it can be. Which
Like
is
a
why
race
I'm, go ahead.
No, a race like with 100 people, you know, you could have 40, 50, 60 people with a yellow card, at least one on the board. And it gets very confusing if they put the numbers not in the order of your number, right? So if they just put it in the order you got the first yellow, you could have 21 next to 67, next to 14. And you're like looking at there's a disqualification board and you're coming through and it's like, wait, where's my number? Where's my number? Right? So they have to put it in order. So, and these are just some cool pictures of a pack.
And when you're race walking fast, I mean, you're going to have a little bit of a fight face. So if you get a yellow here and there, you're not too worried because for the most part, they're legal.
If you are used to racing and not getting disqualified, I would not worry until I got my first red card. But if you're someone that gets calls all the time, then you may want to react to the yellow, right? So it just sort of depends. So we talked about footwork and how one foot should be close to being in front of the other. You can see here the toe worn off.
And the shin muscle flexing, really good job.
Yeah, right. So that's the push off and kind of standard race walking technique. This is me doing a bird impersonation. This was before they had drones. I'm also a trained Jedi, so I can levitate. Bad, you know, just basic foot issues, leg issues. Arms on the right is good. On the left is good. On the right is bad. So you see the really tight arm swing of some Americans.
Mm-hmm.
You see much better arm swing on the other side. And again, super tight, like you're going to brush your teeth. I have no idea what she's doing there, but she quit race walking, so now we can make fun of her.
She's a former American record holder, so.
She was junior American record.
No. Michelle had American record.
No, this isn't Michelle.
No, the shot before it was.
Oh, yeah. But we're not making fun of her. We're making fun of her.
Yeah.
Do you not remember the slide deck? This is now where we just start picking on her.
You said, I don't know what she's doing, and you still have maybe it's just a delay on the operator.
Yeah, there's a delay because I
clicked
already.
the thing. Exactly. You knew what was coming next. You spoke before you got to
It's your California slow internet, the vacuum tubes.
No doubt.
All right. Anyway, so, her hands are both up and like she's doing a bird impersonation. Timmy's the only American to get on the left side. Good job. Right. And once again, and she's coached by the same or was coached by the same person who had the other bad arms. Oh, look, in same uniform, same arms. Shocking. And then you go international and you see totally different arms. The reason he's here is because his arms aren't coming to the center point of his chest. And you'll see a few people do this, but much better. Okay, hand position, just nice, relaxed, loose fist, not tight fist. And distracted, hands all over the place, not focused
We don't
on
know
the
where
race
she's
at all.
looking, what she's paying attention to. She's in La La Land.
This was going to be her last race. So, and then Timmy just lost concentration. And I don't care if you're my best buddy, my brother.
I was
from
winning the
another mother.
Olympic trials, and it was a hard day. So cut me some slack.
No slack. Okay. There's that trapezoid we're talking about. Okay, this is the excessive hip drop that we talked about, that this is not good. This is good. Right. I mean, look at her whole body, rotating around because there's too much hip drop. Okay, I'm not going to draw on her butt, but you can see the difference here.
There's a lot of hip drop.
Yep. Okay. Do not have your head pointed down. Okay, again, she's not watching the race. She tripped and said she broke her ankle that day and then went out dancing. Right, head down. All right, if there are, things to cool you off, use them. Take aid. This was an attempt that succeeded of getting a friend with his dad at the Olympics. Everybody's fueling up unless you're an American. Americans, especially the American women, tend to, at least 10 years ago, were under taking in refreshments. And if you look closely at this, you can see he's really squeezing the bottle. He's getting a lot of fluid out of there. It's not a sip. And then take the rest of the bottle, pour it over your head. Right? And you can see it even more here. Right? And then he has the bottle of water, which was probably going over his head. Okay. Tim struggled. He's our special one, right? It is practice to take fluid, water, food during a race and do it the right way. Everybody in hot conditions are trying to keep their body cool. Right now, I love this photo because he's taking a deep breath before he takes his fluid. Because while you're drinking, you're not breathing. Right. So it's something to think about. Like, you want to make sure you're not taking your drink at the wrong part of the cycle of your breath. Okay. Good walkers go around turns without any problem. Okay. These are just some cool shots. Looking good race walking. Hey, thank you very much. So those of you who don't know, I photographed my wife in her wedding dress in 53 countries around the world. We started before there was Instagram. So this wasn't like an Instagram-y thing. But anyway, so they were on the Olympic horse together. And always look around. I ended up taking, I don't know if it was hers or the boys' pictures. I think it was a boys' picture. And I gave someone my card and said, if you want a great shot of your kid, just email me, I'll send it to you. And then he invited me to dinner. So I was like, sure. And they took me to this fancy restaurant where they did this ancient Chinese dance where it was like Chinese special effects where the masks would change, but you never saw them change. They just instantly changed on you. And Timmy likes to make fun of the days of my race walking in black and white. But I would like to point out, look at that.
Yeah. Jeff, AKA John Travolta.
John Travolta.
John Travolta, back in the day when they didn't have color pictures and they walked in Washington, D.C.
And the way things change, think about this. Our race used to be around the reflecting pools, right? They would never let that go anymore, right? That would cost like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And we all took it for granted and bitched because this side of the course had some nasty drops on it. But it was really cool. The one fan of race walking in the world who's excited. This is what it looks like when you win. Except, oh, he didn't win. Oh yeah, he didn't win either. He won. What I love about these two is they didn't win. They both reached their goal at the race. This was actually at an Olympic trials. One of them PR'd. I think one of them came in fourth, and they were both ecstatic. This is the athlete that Tim was talking about that made the Olympic team in her 40s. And, you know, if you're going to celebrate, and I have a press pass, I will embarrass you, as Tim will find out right here. He was a little happy.
Yeah.
And just a warning, if you make an embarrassing face, I will be there.
I think if you make the Olympics, you get to do any kind of face you want.
You can. I'm just going to be obnoxious and record it.
You will.
Because that's who I am. All righty. Well, that is everything. Any last questions?
Deborah has some.
So my question is, should we train on the track mostly?
No.
No?
No. The best place, track has its function, if you will. I think the only time you go to the track, there's two times. You can go for, if you're going to go the regular direction, so left turns, right? Regular direction on track. You go there to walk fast, right? So it gets in your head. The track is for fast work, not slow work, okay? Or you go there for technique and you walk in the outside lane, but backwards, so that it's a controlled environment. You can, usually you have a fence to do your hip drills on. You can do your hip circles, your leg swings, your hurdle drill. You can do, it's a nice sort of controlled environment. But your longer days, right? Let's just say you're just general zone 1 days. Find a place that has an asphalt bike path, right? An asphalt bike path is going to be this usually the safest place for us to race walk, right? And that's going to be, like cement is going to be worse for you than asphalt. So asphalt's going to be the best, right? And so you'd want to just walk on asphalt, but it has to be so that it's not, so asphalt bike path would be best because it's usually flat. They're not worried about a crown in the road. The roads are fine if it's quiet, if it's safe. But what's not fine is when there's a crown and it's just a little bit of a crown, but you walk against traffic on one side and then against traffic on the other side on the way back on that road. And you realize, wait, I've been tilted to the left the whole time. And you put extra stress on that left side. So a bike path is usually better. That's what I prefer. I push for everybody to go on a bike path if you can. I don't know which part of the country you live in, but hopefully there's some bike paths around you.
Okay, thank you.
Good, no
I do have another question. So right now just, you know, I'm doing a little bit of race walking. I'm doing some walking and some running. How do I transition? Do I include, and plus I do other exercises as well. I do like a boot camp type class and
Yep.
some. So how do I incorporate that or transition to race walk? Do I need to get rid of all of the other stuff?
No. Keep the other stuff for now, because otherwise you're going to be in a position where you are not gaining the cardio work because your technique isn't there yet. So use race walking for now until you get the technique work as a sort of supplement, right? So the days that you're walking, try and make it so that you're working on your technique, your race walking. But the other days you could sort of get a little bit harder workout because you're used to that, as long as it's safe. So you might, elliptical or rowing or bike, those are great, cross training tools, right? But you can't do those if you want to be a great race walker. But you have to get to the point where you feel very comfortable that you're getting race walking in. So, I mean, if you go 3 times a week-ish for now as a start, and then, use it on the shorter days for now of the week, then eventually you switch things around so that it's the longer day, right? So that way you're getting the work in. 6 to 8 weeks from now, you're used to doing 3 days a week and 5 miles a day. Okay, let's start to increase on the long workout. Let's make it 7, then next week make it 9, and next week make it 11 or something like that, so that you're gradually increasing, but you're working on the technique the other days. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Yeah, how do we get further help with technique? So say we got some good stuff here, we work on our things and we're going, and we'd like a little more critiquing on our technique.
Some of it will depend if we are doing real clinics or what, but reach out to us and we can figure something out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then
And,
Angie, which part of we're about, not your specific address, about where do you live?
I'm in Las Vegas. Yeah, I'm in Las Vegas.
Okay, so Las Vegas is close enough where, so a couple things. Number one, I have a friend that lives in Las Vegas that used to coach me.
Oh, cool.
Okay, so he is a former college track coach, and he was in between jobs, and he has Crohn's disease, right? So he needed health insurance. So he got a job in the casino. He's like, oh, I'll just stay here for a little while. And then he doesn't want to leave because he has an episode every year that he has to go to UCLA for, right? I'm giving more information than I should, whatever. They'll tell you straight up. So, but anyway, so he kept his job at the casino. He's like, I'm just going to put coaching to the side for now because he has health insurance. And if he doesn't have health insurance, it's going to cost him $100,000 a year, which he doesn't have, right? So he's in Las Vegas. We could arrange something where you can socially distance, meet him safely, right? I think he's getting his first vaccine yesterday or today. So let's say a month from now, I'm sure he'd feel much more comfortable to meet socially distance outside, right?
Well, yeah, I would love his.
You let me know. I can get you in touch with Ray. And then also, Vegas isn't that far from San Diego. So if you and your family come down here, we can always do something where the kids, I think your kids are around my kids' age, 7 and 3, I have.
Yep, I've got 12 to 4 of them between 12 and almost 3. I think he's almost 3. So
okay. So, I mean, we could do something where, the kids go play in the sand, like at the beach, and then we do some work right outside, right near there. So something that's, if you come down to San Diego. So we can work something out where it's not like that big of a deal.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yep. Yeah, no problem.
And as far as like training going forward, I mean, I have experience training with running and stuff, but just slowly working into it and working up to a 5K is kind of the beginning part.
There are 2 books that we have that help supplement what we've done in the clinic. One is the Race Walking Technique book for the Race Walking Revolution, and the other one is Race Walk Faster by Training Smarter. If you guys want them, we'll sell I think and I have the other one listed on an email special anyway, but basically I think one is 35, one's 25 plus shipping. We'll sell them both to you for $30, right? The technique book cost me $15 just to print it because it's super color on great paper, super heavy. So we're not looking to, kill you guys because you already paid for a clinic. But I'll send you a PayPal request. And if anybody wants it, just, sign up for that. That talks more about all the training and the different schedules and stuff like that. That will give you that kind of background.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That would be great. Thank you.
And then to get the recording,
just send me an email.
Just send you an email. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'll send this recording out as well. I'll send everybody a completion certificate, and then as you guys want, you can send your videos for the analysis.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to do that. We've just had a hard time getting on tracks here in Las Cruces because school's been closed and they don't let you on the tracks. And I wanted to do it current as opposed to sending you something that, I did a year ago or something like that.
We're not going anywhere. We'll be around to do it for you.
Yep.
So
yeah. And the biggest thing is, during this crazy time that we all live in, we have to think of, what can we do to keep our sanity? And getting out and walking is a great way to do it, and whether you're race walking or you're hiking, find something that's going to bring peace and tranquility to you, but it's getting your, where do you want to be a year from now? Don't think of where you want to be next week. We all know where we're going to be next week, the exact same place we are now, right? But a year from now, right? Deborah wants to enter a 50,000 person marathon. There's not going to be, besides Texas, I'm going to pick on my Texas family and friends. Well, no family there, but friends. Besides Texas, you're not going to have a 50,000 person marathon anytime in the next 6 months. Let's just be honest, right? The rest of America is rational. But where do we want to be a year from now? So in the spring of 2022, that's when Deborah's like, okay, I'm going to shoot for that. And you have it out there and you come up with a plan, you backdate it. Okay. It's March 6th, right? We're almost a year into COVID from our California lockdown on March 13th. Everybody knows that date in California. And, but where do we want to be a year from now? How do we get there? We get there by not sitting on the couch. You can safely get out by yourself or in your pod, a small group that you've sort of quarantined with, and get out and train with people, provided you all have the same understanding of what's going on. It's going to be very rare that if you and your friend who sits in her house all the time is not going to parties and that you're going to get COVID if you're smart about everything. And it's not smart. I shouldn't use the word smart. That's bad, because you can get it just by touching a doorknob. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So, but we all know, a lot of people who have passed, which is very, very unfortunate. And it's very, very sad. And so how do we get past that so that we maintain our mental strength? And, part of it is just getting out and exercising. So, okay. So, but where do we want to be a year from now? Not 3 months, not 1 month, but a year. So.
Oh, and one more thing. What do you say is your needed number to do a clinic? To have a race walking clinic? I'm asking for the New Mexico race walkers.
Yeah, usually 15.
Walkers. 15.
But it's and that would be one of us, and then 25 people for two of us. But a lot depends on time of year, COVID, and everything else. So we're not committing to anything. But if you want to, if you want to have a discussion, we can do that offline.
And we have gone to New Mexico before, and it was a great. I love going up there, and we did a clinic up there.
I may be coming to Santa Fe August 1st through the 7th, although I don't think we wanted. It would be really hot that time of year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't want to do
usually.
it. You don't want to do it when it's too hot. People will start dropping like flies.
And would you come if it was half race walk, half power walk?
I don't care as long as
Okay.
people aren't turned off by that. Doesn't matter to me.
No, we just, that way we get numbers, and I just was wondering.
Yeah, that's fine.
And the
I mean,
biggest thing is,
the lecture is race walking, right?
Right,
So as long as the health walkers are okay with that.
and the thing
Okay.
is, the health walkers, if they learn to race walk a little bit more, right? If they
Yeah.
can straighten their knee a little bit more, they'll be a little bit faster. And
Yep,
if you
they'll
have
be better
30
power
minutes to work
walkers.
out, if you have 30 minutes to work out, and if you're power walking 2 miles in that time, right? But
Yes,
if you can race walk 2.5, you're gonna get more benefit out of the 2.5 miles than the 2 miles.
exactly.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? All right, I'm going to stop the recording.